Good start. Welcome to this evening's Audit and Governance Committee. Welcome to people viewing at home, online, as well as here in public gallery. So first, can I ask the Democratic Service Officer to read out the housekeeping notice?
Thanks, Chair. Please note this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point, which is in the front car park of this building. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off mics and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, can we have apologies for this evening?
Thank you. Apologies have been received from Councillor Vicky Slade and from Samantha Acton. And item 2, substitute members, we have Councillor Tony Trent here for Councillor Vicky Slade.
Thank you. Okay, do any councillors have any disclosable pecuniary interests or any other interests on any items on the agenda? Councillor Andrews.
Yes, as I've mentioned at previous meetings, Carter's Quay, I'm a guarantor of my daughter's house tenancy that's adjacent to the subject site, so I pass it every other day, more or less. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other interests? Okay, so moving on to item 4, confirmation of minutes. Oh, sorry, Councillor Beasley.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, when we get on to the increased borrowing for Poole Museum, which is item 10, I don't have a pecuniary interest, but I am a member of Arts Council South West, who I believe I learnt in council have actually provided some grant towards the works that are being undertaken, but I don't believe that that should get in the way of me being in here for the debate and voting on it.
Thank you very much. So item 4, confirmation of minutes. Do we have a mover for the minutes of the meeting held on the 29th of May?
Sorry, I propose, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. And a seconder? Thank you, thank you. Now, did anybody want to raise anything about the minutes? With that, let's move on. Can we agree? Agree with consensus? Brilliant. Let's look at item 4A, the actions sheet. So I want to say thank you very much, Democratic Services, for producing it. I think it's a helpful new addition. I know it's something that we've been talking about being useful for a long time. So I think it's a great development. Really appreciate it. Did anybody have any comments on anything that they thought should be added to it, or any changes to it, to the format of it, that you would find helpful? I thought it was useful, and let's keep it going. Okay, item number 5. Now, you might notice I'm kind of trying to rattle through this quite quickly, just conscious of the length of items on the agenda. My plan is to try to get through as many as we can quite promptly, but we'll have to see how we do. So, public issues. I believe I have, the Constitution allows 15 minutes for these, but I tend to prefer to exercise discretion to extend that, but again, we'll try to get through them quickly. So, public questions.
Thank you. So these are in date receipt order. The first one is from Mr. Philip Gattrell, who is not here today and has nominated me to read out his question. So this is on item 13. Subject, LGSO Ombudsman Report, 10th of October 2022, regarding the Council's maladministration in respect of nursery school top-up fees, upheld by the High Court judgment, 7th of February 2025, dismissing the Council's application for judicial review, challenging the Ombudsman's report. Question, Council's costs. Although the complainant, Mr. X, must remain anonymous, the Council's request for the authority's anonymity in reporting was rejected by Judge Locke in judgment paragraphs 140 to 149. In any event, the following information is not exempt at the monitoring officer's discretion. It does not entail personal information or information subject to legal professional privilege. What is the total expenditure borne by the Council in respect of this matter, excluding recoverable VAT, analysed as legal fees and costs broken down by named individual legal advisors and advocates, including counsel Peter Oldham, court costs, costs awarded to Ombudsman, other costs and disbursements incurred, including separately officers travelling, etc.
The response is, unfortunately, the council is unable to provide a response to these questions as the costs negotiations are continuing between the respective parties.
Okay, and the next set of questions are from Mr. Ian Redman on agenda item 7. Mr. McKinstry is here to read them out for him.
Okay, can you hear me all right, Chair? All three questions on item 7 from Mr. Redman. Firstly, as part of the Future Places inquiry, will you investigate the £100,000 obtained from the Council's Additional Restrictions Grant Fund at the behest of the BCP City Panel in November 2021? This was paid to a private company to carry out a city identity study known as the Big Conversation, and seems to have benefited Future Places as well as the local authority, against paragraphs 9 and 32 of the government guidance on additional restrictions grant funds. Future Places stated in its Poole Civic Centre business case, the point of the Big Conversation was for BCP to consider its brand proposition and to inform Future Places' placemaking focus. What conflicts of interest existed between the BCP City Panel, the Additional Restrictions Grant Fund and Future Places? And how did struggling local businesses benefit from this £100,000 spend, if at all?
Thank you. The response prepared is, the A&G committee agreed investigation scope will cover the grant payment circumstances. The investigation will consider whether conflict of interest existed. On a more general note, but relevant to the questions posed, Additional Restrictions Grant, ARG monies, were not solely directed to struggling local businesses. As detailed in other replies to Mr. Redman, and as verified by government officials from the department responsible for the grant, councils were able to make local decision and certain grant schemes, ARG4 included, could be used for wider business support activities. The council determined in ARG4 that destination marketing and promotion and research and development were targeted sectors that would be supported to help wider local hospitality and tourism, and by attracting inward investment into the BCP area.
Okay, second question from Mr. Redman. External audit highlighted a number of failings, such as no business cases, lack of robust scrutiny, significant risk of a loan being defaulted. Future Places was even mentioned in Private Eye's rotten boroughs. Future Places should have been flagged as very high risk from the outset and brought to the attention of this committee by internal audit. Additionally, any new startup company with no trading history is at high risk of failure. The losses were predictable. Who is checking if failures within internal audit or this committee played a role in the Future Places losses?
Thank you. The council identified governance issues associated with BCP Future Places in the 2022-23 annual governance statement and the BCP Council Assurance Review. Section 6 of the A&G Committee agreed investigation scope is headed Council Oversight of BCP Future Places Limited. Specifically, Section 6.4 reads, consider the adequacy of the role of the Council's internal audit team. The following sub-questions will be answered in the final investigation report. Was internal audit paid any fees by Future Places? How much and what for, and for what? What were the internal audit team looking for when they audited Future Places? How often were these audits carried out? How detailed were they? To whom did the audit team report back? What were their findings? And how were any failings addressed or proposed to be addressed?
Okay, final question for Mr. Redman. External audit said the council did not have a clear business plan for Future Places, and any payments to Future Places for outlined business cases that the council does not proceed with will be written off. At a previous meeting, Councillor Cox said the failure of Future Places was due to the councillors of the last administration, but councillors do not write business cases. Who wrote the original business plan stroke case for Future Places? And did any council officer point out the fundamental flaw, i.e. any projects that did not progress would be written off as a cost to the council?
Thank you. A combination of Cabinet from 29th of May 2021 to 22nd of June 2022 and an officer decision record, which was delegated by Cabinet, approved the fundamental business case for the creation of the Urban Regeneration Company, URC, that became BCP Future Places. Reports were written by interim and permanent directors of delivery for regeneration. During this period, Cabinet also agreed the Council Commissioning Plan and the Company Business Plan. It is relevant to the question that up until the 22nd of June 2022, the funding for the company was from the agreed base revenue budget, i.e. all costs incurred, budgeted for and charged to revenue. In the report agreed by Cabinet on 22nd of June 2022, the funding model changed to one where costs would be financed from a working capital loan of up to £8 million. This report at paragraphs 25, 26, proposing charging mechanism section, paragraphs 40 to 49, summary financial implications section, and paragraph 69 sets out extensively the risks. Paragraph 69 is particularly clear and relevant and reads, this is paragraph 69, part 3a, aborted business case risks. If the Council does not subsequently agree the business case is brought forward by the company initially, this remains a Future Places liability. However, ultimately this will be a risk borne by the Council as the shareholder. Part B. Should any business case approved by BCP Council but then be subsequently aborted at a later date, the previously agreed capitalised costs would need to be written off to the revenue account. A revised Council Commissioning Plan and the Company Business Plan were produced to take the change of funding approach into account.
And Mr McKinstry has 3 questions on Carter's Quay and 2 questions on Future Places.
Okay, first question on Carter's Quay. Has internal audit seen any correspondence from 2020 to 2021 in which concerns were raised about the financial resilience of Inland Partnerships Limited and or Inland Homes PLC? And if so, how grave were those concerns? Was the insolvency of either company seen as a real possibility, for instance? And also, if concerns were raised, what was the response of the relevant officers and portfolio holders?
Thank you. Internal Audit have not conducted any material investigation into Carter's Quay at this point in time. Consequently, Internal Audit do not know whether any correspondence exists or not, which might include the financial resilience of Inland Partnerships Limited or Inland Homes PLC. Background reports and presentations to A&G Committee to date have been led by Amina Matin, the Director of Investment and Development. This initial review identified financial due diligence was undertaken on 3 companies as of October 2021, Inland Partnerships Limited, Inland Homes 2013 Limited, the parent company, and Inland Homes PLC, the ultimate parent company.
Second question, the report for item 6 states, apropos of Carter's Quay, quote, all decisions were taken in line with the Council's constitution and the standing orders at the time, unquote. Yet this appears to overlook an email sent by an Inland Homes planning manager to this authority on the 24th of August 2021, seeking a meeting with the head of planning, quote, to ensure we're all on track for implementing in November, as the agreement it will be built for BCP has now been confirmed, unquote. In fact, no such agreement had officially been reached, and Cabinet would not ratify the proposals for another 7 days, full Council not for another 21 days. Has the email traffic between the inland companies and this authority been examined for 24th of August 2021 and the days immediately prior to determine whether a clandestine assurance or tacit deal had been entered into by some party or other?
The email was from a third party, and so we are unable to speculate why the email was drafted in those terms. The local planning authority complied with the statutory requirements for planning applications when considering the application which related to a variation to the existing consent.
Third question, land registry records for land east of Jefferson Avenue show Inland Partnerships Limited purchased this site on the 4th of November 2021 for £9.9 million. The same day, a charge was secured against the site in favour of this authority. Does the charge cover the value of the land in full? The reason I'm asking is that in the Overview and Scrutiny Board papers for 13th October 2023, there were said to be 3 stages of payment for the Carter's Quay project. 1, deposit. 2, advance payment. 3, construction works. And the combined cost of 1 and 2 would be 8.25 million. If this was the value of the charge, there was clearly a massive shortfall between it and the value of the land. If there was a shortfall, why was this deemed acceptable? And were any reservations expressed?
The legal charge is in a form which does not specify a fixed figure, but instead secures present and future monies, obligations and liabilities owed by the seller to the buyer lender, and that prevents future dealings without the lender's consent.
Okay, 2 final questions from me. Future places, item 7. Can you confirm how many people have been in touch providing information, documents, etc., relating to future places and the future places investigation?
3 members of the public have been in touch with the head of audit and management assurance and have provided information they have obtained through freedom of information requests, which they believe will assist with the investigation. 2 former employees of BCP Future Places have been in touch and have queried confidentiality matters to the chair of the A&G committee and the HAMA. A response was provided. To date, 1 former employee has provided information, and it is understood further information is being prepared. For the avoidance of doubt, the HMAMA has also proactively asked for information and documents from a number of BCP council staff colleagues and from councillors. In total, this is about 20 individuals. I will add there, this isn't in the answer I have prepared, but this is as of this morning, if that helps.
Okay, and final question from me. In the papers for this committee on the 29th of May, it was stated the head of audit will immediately inform the chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, the external auditor, and his professional body if any individual seeks to influence or instruct the head of audit and management assurance in any way that impacts the independence or objectivity of this investigation. Has there been any attempt to influence or instruct in this manner? And if so, can we have as much detail as possible, including details of any actions subsequently taken? There may, of course, have been no such attempts at influencing.
Thank you. There have been no attempts to influence or instruct the head of audit management assurance in a way that impacts the independence or objectivity of the investigation. A variety of people have been asked for and have given specific evidence or their opinions on matters, and it is the role of the HAMA to interpret and then report on these matters. Would you like to move on to public statements?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have 2 public statements from Mr. Philip Gattrell. The first is on information governance update. The Information Governance Performance Annual Update shows increasing information requests over 4 years to 2024-25, continuing response rate shortfalls compared with the Commissioner's minimum 90% target for 2024-25. For example, all service units 83% average, legal and democratic and finance 64% each. A case emphasising required top-down training is a straightforward finance request sent 4th of September 2023, not concluded until I obtained a judicial decision 22nd of April 2025, following the hearing 22nd of January 2025. This judgment against a council is rare because it also involves the Commissioner's likewise incorrect complaint decision. Although I notified obvious response omissions at that stage, the internal review failed to comprehend the cautionary indications. It required 2 further requests to obtain all the information. After that late stage, council officers and commissioner expressed puzzlement by this clear 2000 Act contravention regarding not fulfilling the original request in time, as the judge said, merely a question of semantics in their reaction. The second statement is on the annual governance statement. This statutory statement records significant issues requiring remedial actions to ensure the council's effective governance. This regulatory committee is required to consider and approve the draft statement subject to possible later revisions before finalisation of the external audit. It is imperative to address an elephant in the room travelling unbridled through administrations since the 1st of April 2019. Namely, that decision-making is only as good as the information received but the committee has not benefited from awareness of all material issues, because the Constitution incorrectly continues to state that only likely but not actual contraventions of law are reported by the monitoring officer to each member under the Primal 1989 Act. Limited to 150 words, my 22nd of July 2025 public issue for council provides a determining fact regarding monitoring officer correct practice, together with illustrative reportable contraventions. The statement must accordingly disclose this major defect, warranting prompt amendment in the Constitution. And there is also a statement from Alex McKinstry on Carter's Key.
Paragraph 7 to the Carter's Key report asks, was there too much reliance on restricted knowledge of the developer? Yet information on the inland company's financial plight was freely available while this deal was being negotiated. On the 9th of March 2021, Inland Partnerships Limited published accounts for year ending 30th September 2020, showing a £1.5 million loss. On the 29th of April 2021, Inland Homes plc published accounts for the same period, showing a reduction in pre-tax profits from 25 million to 3.7 million. Moreover, page 44 of the accounts described the risk of a liquidity crisis in the company as high, along with inability to meet ongoing operational costs and other commitments. This was the company chosen to be the guarantor of the Carter's Key Agreement. It is extraordinary, therefore, that, quote, no additional credit checks, unquote, were carried out on these companies, as revealed at full council on the 11th of July 2023.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKinstry. In the interest of transparency, I also wanted to mention that there was an additional public statement submitted that I decided on this occasion not to rule in order, not to accept. But I want to make very clear the topic that it was about and to give some reassurance on that fact. The topic was the same topic that was raised in question 1 from Mr. Redman, and that relates to an additional revenue grant to that was linked to future places, and that the statement was surrounding the appropriateness of that grant, and it highlighted a waiver for that grant, which has been made available in an FOI request. And the reason I mention this is because I'm very, very confident that this is going to be the topic of discussion at a future meeting at which we discuss future places. So there is no doubt that it's not going to be discussed in full. But one of the points that was interesting and raised in that statement was the quantity of FOI requests on future places and on Carter's Key, and the sheer quantity of information that is out there and that is potentially very relevant to our work. So I was wondering if you might want to comment, Mr. Sanad, on whether or not there is a way in which we can make sure the committee and members of the public can easily access some of this information, which is obviously relevant to the work we're doing, but is perhaps difficult to navigate. Is that something you might be able to make some suggestions on?
Yeah, sure. The proposal that I might put forward is that certainly on BCP Future Places, that we create a landing page on the BCP Council website that will have my interim report and my final report, together with appendices and all the FOIs that the council has received on those matters. All of the issues are in one place.
I think that would be very helpful. Could we add that to the action log? Okay, moving on to item 6, Carter's Key.
Madam Chair, can I just answer?
Yeah.
I'm sure the officers are probably going to do it anyway, that the answers to those questions could be circulated to members of the committee, because there are quite a lot of questions and detailed statements, and I don't think everybody took notes. I luckily have a copy, but other people don't.
I'll do that now.
Thank you. That's useful to confirm that will be done. Okay, so Carter's Key, item 6. I want to allow a decent amount of time for this to have a full discussion. So let's get started on that quite quickly. Amina Martin, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. In May, the committee requested a report on timeline of key events. focus on governance and process for the acquisition. The aim of this report was to specifically enable members to ask questions before deciding when and how to scope an investigation. The report provided outlines of steps taken, who was involved, what information decision was presented, and the outcome. The timeline provided in paragraph 8 onwards shows the role of officers as advisors and members as decision takers. Committee members will note that the then senior cabinet members were fully engaged and provided guidance to officers throughout the preceding year up to the acquisition in November 2021. All decisions were considered and made in accordance with the Council's governance process and via the Asset Investment Panel, which is made up of members and officers from across the corporate and regeneration services. In addition, professional advisors were commissioned to provide market valuation and support negotiations with external legal advisors on the structure of the deal and contract terms. Having undertaken an initial review, my report identified 6 areas as key lines of inquiry to support members to scope the next stage of any investigation. If you have wider questions which aren't covered in my report, then I'll note the question and I'll ensure that the next stage in the report covers those answers and responds in full. I'm very happy to take questions related to my report and anything that's been raised in the specific content. I will say the next stage report will go into more detail based on the areas that I've identified. I would just like to say, I wasn't here at the time of the Carter's Key acquisition, so it's required me to speak to a number of officers at the time and officers who have left across finance, regeneration. So I would just like to say thank you, if that's okay, Chair, to my colleagues, and specifically the Chief Exec and statutory officers who've been incredibly open and transparent and worked with me on this matter in a way that's helped me identify those key areas for the committee to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the report, and I think it's a very useful place for us to start as a committee and start scoping the areas for to dive into. I think it's relevant that we have on the forward agenda the item to undertake an investigation into the processes around regeneration projects with a specific focus on Carter's Key, and we have this in the forward plan to be in the next the 2025-26 year. So interested in other members' thoughts on having the discussion today on the areas that we think deserve further work and looking into, and some of the questions that we think are unanswered. And we have some initial comments where possible today, and anything that is not answered today is taken away and fleshed out further for that report that comes back to us later in the year. Interested in members' thoughts on that approach.
Chair, linking with Mr. McKinstry's statement and those bullet points under item 7, there are 6 bullet points. Potentially there should be a sort of 7th bullet point. You know, was there sufficient investigation, reference the Inland Homes Company's accounts in publicly available information as to the financial stability of the partner that we are entering into contract with. I think that needs to be checked out.
So happy to open up to colleagues for any initial questions. I have a list of questions myself, but please, anyone who'd like to start, any questions that jump out. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I think initially I obviously welcome the investigation, but I'd like to go, if I may, to I think paragraph 2 of the report, which is a topic which I first raised, I think, with the portfolio holder quite some time ago, and I'm extremely pleased to see that the council has taken what I believe to be independent specialist legal advice over its position. I think that's really important for an issue of such magnitude and complexity, potentially. I wondered, in terms of what has been written in the report at item 2, whether we could hear verbally a little bit more about that, because it strikes me there are 2 issues which probably trouble members and members of the public more than any others. The first is the amount of leverage we've got to bring this thing to a satisfactory conclusion. That must be paramount in our minds, I think. And secondly, what security we can have the comfort of in terms of the legal charge over the land, which is mentioned in paragraph 2. Neither are expanded on, as I can see elsewhere, and I think I'd like for the record to hear both of those. There may be other issues that come up in the debate, but I think generally I would then be waiting to see what the next iteration is coming from officers at a future meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, right, the report was focusing on the question which was asked in May as opposed to looking at where we are now. But what I can confirm is, as I think we agreed back in February, that we would take more external advice and specialist advice on insolvency. They have prepared advice for us, and they have drafted a letter back to the administrator to set out our position. I can say they are taking robust advice. We're taking robust advice, and they're taking a very robust position with the administrator. The administrator currently is still not engaging with us in a way that is meaningful. And I think it's safe to say they are also not able to do anything without our formal approval. So even if they are looking at offers and looking at the market, they cannot lift the legal charge without our agreement to that. So that safeguards our position in terms of the land and our legal interest in the site. What we are struggling to is to get them to come to a table and agree authority to proceed. We are therefore taking a cabinet report forward later on this year, which will set out what our options are.
Can I come back, Chair? So
Yes, please do, please.
the issue that I also asked about was in terms of security and the legal charge, and a bit more elaboration about that. I would certainly, though, support the robustness that you're indicating. My experience of dealing with administrators is that a robust approach by a third-party independent legal concern can have some positive impact, and there may well be, as far as the administrators are concerned, other aspects which incentivise them to drag their heels, and commercially we've got to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Thank you. So I think the questions in relation to the legal charge that we have over the site. It is a mortgage.
I'm really struggling to hear. It's probably me, but I wondered, could you
Is my
just
microphone on?
move your laptop over
Yeah,
a
just make it closer.
Sure. Yeah.
Make the microphone
Graham, who's
closer.
got it? Sorry.
No, thank you. No, that's fine. That's helpful to know. Thank you.
Right there.
Thank you. So the legal charge is in a form which does effectively give us security over the land. It isn't based on a fixed figure, as we've set out earlier. It is very much about securing the present and future monies in relation to the site, and also prevents the site from being sold without our explicit permission for them to do so. Hence why they haven't been able to take the site further. So our current position is that we want to reach a position where we take the land back, and that's the legal advice that we have externally, and that's the legal work that's going on at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Phipps.
Thank you. It's a question where it's something that's not clear to me in here, unless I've missed it. That the amount is that's being said we paid for this land is 9 million, apparently, or our interest is 9 million. How did we come to that? Was there some sort of valuation? So, as far as I understand it, the council did value the land, or officers did look at what it might be worth, and around about there's an investment panel here, and I think it was before that, probably in spring of August of 2021, there would have been email correspondence between officers and probably the chief executive and maybe others who were part of this. And as I understand it, the valuation was nowhere near that amount. So have you looked into that as to what the valuation actually was? And if it was substantially lower, which I believe it may have been, why did we then have this valuation or investment of such a high amount of 9 million? I think you see where I'm coming from, but there's no mention of any of that in here. It's all a bit of a, this is what we did, this is when it happened, or whatever, but there's no mention of the money.
Just to add in there, that was under instruction to keep this as sort of factual and giving that indication of timeline.
In that case, I'd like to know if they are actually going to be investigating that. That's my question, I
Yes,
think. If
yes,
you're not
those-
going to actually talk about the money, but I believe about the valuation and whether it was actually correct valuation.
Yeah. No, specifically, I was just going to add, my question was very similarly that if you can answer as much as you can now, and then come back to us with more detail on the difference between the initial valuation and then what was eventually paid, and that difference there. I think if you can give your understanding as it is now, but if we need to come back and look at that more thoroughly, I think that is incredibly crucial. So thank you.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say that some of the information is confidential, and we'll be including that in the next report. There was a market valuation undertaken in terms of land value. There were 3 stages which were agreed in terms of payments. So one, which is a land payment paid advanced when the contract was signed. There was then a separate payment throughout the works as they were completed and they were valued, and then there would have been a final payment. So we have independent market valuation, which supports the first payment, as well as the price which was negotiated as part of this investment decision. I think in terms of my next report, I'm happy to bring that forward to the next report and set out what those different payments were and how they were arrived at. They are confidential and we haven't put those out in a public domain yet, but I can bring that forward in the next report.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's important that we see exactly that difference between the initial valuation, the market valuation, and what was agreed on, because I did think it jumped out here at the initial. It says that the initial valuation was considered too high, and it's not clear where the difference between that and where it actually landed. And I think that's absolutely essential. Thank you. I think Councillor Armstrong was next.
Thank you, Chair. I must say I really appreciated this report. Actually, I found being able to look at the time frame and that point that Mr. McKinstry mentioned, point 7, found that really useful as well in terms of helping us to think through what some of the issues are. I'm glad that you're able to clarify about the position regarding the administrators, because in our previous conversations, and I hope that I've understood this correctly, but do tell me if I haven't. I was under the impression that the reason why we haven't fully scoped out this investigation was because there was this legal process running alongside. But I'm wondering if now that legal process is going to be potentially further delay, whether we can move forward with what we have in front of us and create a scope. And also, I note that it's on the investigation is mentioned on the forward plan. Is it possible to actually firm up a date for when that comes back to the next meeting? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I see this meeting as that scoping discussion, to be honest. So if we just ask these initial questions like this, get that initial answer, and then say, when we see the next report, let's see the detail with it. So in effect, that this is our scoping, and the minutes, I'm sure, are taking a note of all these areas we wanted to go into. It's on the forward plan. I was thinking that when the forward plan is discussed, when we get to that item, we can pick one there. I think it's really just a question of staggering when we're going to be looking at each of the reports coming to us. So I think we can definitely firm up a date today. Did you want to come in there? Yeah.
Just on the sequencing, I think that was an initial view that actually the process we're going for the administrator need to conclude before we could do a deep dive investigation. I think actually in terms of initial review of this, there are some key considerations which we put back to members to consider. I don't think that necessarily fetters the conversations we're having with the administrator at this point in time, given we've taken quite a few steps now since February.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the report. I didn't really have any grave concerns. It seems to be going in the right direction, the investigation. So, quite confident that in the next stage we'll get some more flesh on the bones. Just one point to make about the valuations. I think, as Councillor Phipps was saying, yes, the money is important, but you've got to put it in the context at the time the decision was made, not so much looking at it with hindsight and the current land values and prices. I think it's quite important to say what was the thinking at the time when that investment decision was made, and that would have been a different time, pre-COVID, pre-lots of things, pre-wars and stuff. And at the moment, we know land values are very flat, and it's not as straightforward as using a book valuation now to look back on it. You have to look at the culture as well that was in place and the thoughts behind it. I think that's very important to not just focus on the money, but look at the intentions at the time and the aims there. Very interested to hear about the options that are going to Cabinet later this year and the timings. I appreciate don't want to eat their sandwiches for, that you're preparing for them. But quite interested to know the timings and that A&G will get the chance to either scrutinise it beforehand or very shortly after the options are put forward about what we're doing regarding the administrator. So don't necessarily need to know them now. That's another process. We're here to oversee it and scrutinise, not to necessarily make any predetermination here. So, but the timings of when we get to look at these options and how Cabinet make those decisions, I think is quite important for us.
I think for my part, I think of them as two separate things that need scrutiny. So there's the what we do next work stream, and then what we're looking at now is how did we get to here? And I think part of the discussion was we shouldn't let the question of what to do next stop us looking at how we got to here. So I think let's keep them both. We're continuing to get updates, and we'll get updates at each meeting on where we are with the administrator. But let's not let that complicate the fact that we can still make some good ground in finding out how we've got to where we are.
I just want to add, the Cabinet report is very much about reaching a resolution. I think some time has lapsed now in terms of what are our levers that are available to us and what does that mean in the current prevailing market. I think this process, as I understand, it's been very much about looking back, how to arrive at where we are, but also what learnings can we take from the process that was undertaken. I will say, I think some of those changes and learnings have already been embedded, but I think I see the Cabinet report very much about what's available to us now to resolve this matter, whereas Audit and Governance has quite rightly asked us to look at how do we get to where we got to. Thank you.
Shall I rattle through some of my questions I had noted down? I think that we need to the valuation point. I think that's absolutely essential. How the amount that was paid was agreed, and I think that's absolutely essential. So when this comes back to us, I'd like to make sure we understand what process was followed, how that process is different today, if it is, hopefully. So that's one key. The difference between the decision that seemed to be made at Cabinet around the deferred payment schedule and then what actually seems to have happened, that's something that struck me from reading this. This question of whether or not Cabinet and councillors well understood what was actually going to happen in effect and whether there was a disconnect there. So I think if it could make that clear, that would be helpful. I get the impression that there was quite a lot of pressure to move quickly, and there might be various reasons for that. To what extent the planning consent was a factor in that and making things move quickly, and does that in itself present a challenge? You know, we shouldn't be letting the fact that a planning consent will expire rush risk management decisions. So that kind of question about how much that was an issue, I think that needs to be looked at. How thorough was the work on assessing risks associated with the sale? As we've heard already, I think there's a question about the research into inland homes, as we've heard in the public questions. But even so, I think there's probably a question mark around the technical abilities to be negotiating with with a large organisation such as this. And I think it's very positive that there was external legal advice sought. I think by two separate advisors, and I think that is a positive. But I do wonder if associated that there's challenges of whether the then risks, the financial risks or other risks to the council, is that well understood by councillors? I think that's something that I could imagine being long-standing. That can always be the case, right? If you're entering into a very difficult technical contract negotiation, how well can councillors monitor that risk? And the precise change of wording of a contract could have huge implications on the actual risk getting taken. And then the final question I noted was, what is supposed to happen when a council officer is concerned, thinks more time is needed, and maybe there's some risks that need to be highlighted, but if the leader of the council or if councillors as a whole want to press on? I think that's something that I'd like to hear more about, what's supposed to happen in that instance. I get from the report that there were instances where maybe more time would have been useful, but there was this need to press impacts on, probably associated with the planning consent. So I think it would be useful to talk about, in terms of governance, how that is supposed to happen. So those are just some of my reflections on what I think it would be useful to get some more clarity on when this comes back to us. I don't expect you to comment on all of them now, but if there's anything that you wanted to contribute at this stage, please do. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. It was also just following on from the comments that you're making about the speed in which things happen. I mean, when you look at the timeline, it's quite amazing actually, because it's the fastest that I've ever seen things move in the council, considering there's millions of pounds involved in the investment. Something that really jumped out for me was about was there a risk of, was that political or political pressure? Was it external pressure? Was it coming from Inland Homes or any other partners that were involved? And this sort of connects with my points with regards to the Future Places investigation, is about trying to understand those relationships and sort of, looking at things from quite a holistic review, who was influencing who and why and all of that. So a bit more about the behind the scenes of what was going on as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My report sort of sets out some of those headlines, but I think timing was a key factor in the decision which was reached between September Council and November. It's not very long to agree a transaction of this size, but I think some of the evidence I referred to in the timeline shows that members were fully involved and officers did speak to members at the time about potentially their concerns and or the transaction that's being proposed. I think that for me, in terms of looking at all the information which was available to me, was the undue pressure potentially on officers at the time. And I completely welcome that observation about what role do officers have to escalate matters in a timely way, particularly on matters which might not be completely in line with the administration's decision at the time. So I think, yes, timing is absolutely a factor in terms of the next stage of the report. And I think also in terms of the legal advice that was provided at the time and the professional advice, what did we do with that information? Was it fully understood by officers in the regeneration team, officers across the council, and did we then fully appraise that information and advice that was being provided? Thank you.
Councillor Butt.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just in the interest of clarity, the rolling spreadsheet, so to speak, speaks of the timeline, and we have the administrator's verbal offer to release land is the 29th of November 2023. We then have two other dates which bring us up to April 24, and then we revert to BCP Council instructs external legal advisors from November 23. So I take it that that happened prior to administrators confirming offer to release land, because it seems out of context. Or is the date incorrect? Which is it, please?
There was different, so advice was sought from legal advisors on a number of scenarios. Sorry, can you hear me? Advice was sought on a different scenarios, which we knew early on, as the timeline says, there were some concerns about the site, some concerns about work stopping. So advice was taken on the different scenarios available to the council at the time. And then once we were notified of the formal insolvency, then more expert insolvency advice was sought.
Yes, I understand that entirely, but you've got it's out of sequence because we go to number 23. So can we put that in sequence, please, as to where it sits properly? And if an explanatory is required, can we have that? Just as it's a public document, that's all, so the public better understand it.
Thank you. So the legal advice, in terms of that date, so it started in November 20 and it continues. Yeah. So I can make that clear in terms of different stages of legal advice which are sought, but essentially, yes, that was the first stage that we sought external legal advice, but it continues as Councillor Beasley identified earlier.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Just to ask a potentially difficult question, is it simply a case that the contract didn't allow for insolvency? Is it that it just didn't provide for this eventuality for various reasons, or is it more more complicated than that?
I'm not a lawyer, so I think I need to take that away and get some formal advice on that. I think it's, did we consider the eventuality of insolvency? I think it's critical to the decision which was taken in time, as well as the contract that we entered into. So as to whether the contract allows for it, I think it's, in my mind, did we consider the risk and the profile of insolvency in the market at the time?
So just to add to that, I think that's the perspective about the parent company guarantee, because effectively insolvency of the main contractor is we're protected by the parent company guarantee, but you're only protected by the strength of the parent company guarantee. And if the parent company goes under as well, and I think that's what we need to look at, was the degree of advice. And I think, as Mr. McKinstry raised earlier, the degree of due diligence that was done on the strength of the parent company guarantee. And that comes back to the issue about timing as well, and what the time constraints and where the pressures were. So I think that will all be picked up in the report. That's a really good way of really focusing on that issue.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. My final point actually is on page 25 of the report, against the date 7th of April 2021, where there was an assessment, or it's stated here, that the scheme is not a viable investment for BCP at the proposed price by Inverland Homes. I'm just wondering what due diligence or what work went on sort of to arrive at that conclusion, and then what was done afterwards, you know, to change our position, and what safeguarding was put in place.
Oh no, that is a helpful observation. So I think, so you're absolutely right, and I set that out in the paper, that I think officers did raise a view at the time that the scheme wasn't viable, and therefore all the steps taken after that was to be able to make it a viable investment. So I think on that part, it did go through the right processes in terms of governance, financial and legal. I think it comes back to what was known at the time, and therefore does the legal structure cover those eventualities.
Last question for me. Do you think that there are still useful changes that can be made to processes in place and governance in place to strengthen the council against this sort of thing happening again? I appreciate your comments that some changes have already been made. It would be helpful if when you come back to us, if the report can set out some recommendations for any further improvements that can be made to strengthen the processes for this sort of eventuality. Is that something that you can do?
Thank you. Yes, very happy to bring forward recommendations. And I will say, I do think some of the learnings, not just from Carter's Key, but just in terms of the process that we undertake, particularly when we're making significant investments, I would say those changes and the way we work has already changed. The timing, for instance, I raised a point, we take a lot of time now to consider where we want to invest, and given the financial constraints, I think that's important to do. But I can absolutely bring forward recommendations. I think there's been various changes, and I say this again, having looked at the information available to me, that we now work in a way where there's a continuous loop. We go back to finance, we go back to legal, and we discuss, you know, propositions and bring them forward. And the administration, therefore, has the most up-to-date, informed position in terms of making a decision. But yes, I can bring forward recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Sorry, I just realised actually there was another one from me. I'm just thinking about the residents who are living around this particular site. I have been out and met some of them actually, because I really wanted to understand a bit more about what the development looked like, what, you know, what was the ambition for it, and what have been the impacts. There are some residents there, well, there's over 100 of them that have been really impacted in terms of, you know, the quality of the accommodation that they're now living in, the roads, the amenities, things that happened during the course of the development. I'm just wondering whether our sort of deep dive, our investigation into this, whether that will include, you know, looking into what the impacts have been and seeing if there's any remedy for them. Thank you.
Just to be clear, is that in reference to the buildings that were already built? So not specifically this additional
No,
plot of
but
land,
they were
also provided
impacted by
yeah.
what happened here or didn't happen here. Yeah.
I think that's a really valuable point. So thank you for raising. It's not in scope as unless obviously members would like it to be. I think it's fair to say there were some roads and some infrastructure which were relevant to the scheme which has been built out. So some residents might feel like they're still on a building site in effect because it hasn't completed. So I can completely understand the concerns that residents will be raising. Is that something members would like us to consider? Because I haven't necessarily included that.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you. You could have asked me, Councillor Armstrong, because I'm down there most every other day and I experience what is or has been going on. Councillor Tarling was talking about this has all happened pre-COVID. No, well, this all happened post-COVID. And one of the main things that pulled Inland Homes down and many other builders and contractors around the country is the massive hike in building costs. We agreed a fixed price with Inland Homes, and that was one of their failings here. But good in that respect, they had a fixed price, but then bad that they couldn't fulfil the contract. I've seen the valuation report. I didn't find it convincing. It did match the figure that was agreed. But in the public report that we had when it went to overview and scrutiny, information was given about the potential rents that would be coming in from the flats at this 161 block of flats. And the average rent, so it's not the highest, not the lowest, was £1,300 for a 2-bed flat. And that was excluding car parking. Car parking was extra. Actually, quite bizarre. Car parking is there because it's a car-free zone now, but it's a very old planning consent, and that's still more than what my daughter's paying for a 3-bed semi-detached house there. Because the rents were unsustainable, but it helped support the valuation. But the other point, which I am concerned about, there's much being made about the planning consent running out and the need for us to crack on and buy the site. Well, the only deadline really was for Inland Homes. They had to get all the reserved matters signed off, which they did, and dig the foundations, which our officers did. But that was it. We didn't then immediately, straight after that, have to go and buy it, because once you've dug the foundations, the planning consent is now live. And we could have left it until the new year. We could have drawn breath. We could have done a few more investigations. It was rushed through, and benefit of hindsight could be alluded here. But I think a bit of foresight would have been better. But can I propose that we accept the office report, thank her for all her work that she's continuing to do on this, which is fantastic, and let's hope by the end of the year a deal can be structured with the administrators and something can be salvaged out of what is a spend of over £15 million. So if somebody could second that, we accept the report, please.
Thank you. Councillor Butt.
Something that Councillor Armstrong actually raised, with regard to responsibility of these individuals who've been on a building site and are still on a building site. Obviously, there may be a class action to sue somebody for that situation. Now, surely we'd need to establish who that was. So I feel that it's quite a big issue that you've raised, but I think although it's integral, it's separate. And I wouldn't want us to get bogged down with that specific, because it is very much a civil issue. So although can we note how important it is, and if it's taken forward, perhaps not in line with this, but in consideration of this, because I think it's important we move on to get this resolved.
Yeah, really like.
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Just to add to that, we're looking at Carter's Quay in terms of our regeneration processes, and there are a group of residents who bought into a regeneration scheme who are now living on a building site with a number of issues. So I think it's important to hear their experiences, their voices, and if there is anything that we can do to remedy, for us to have that as part of our look at this and actions going forward. But I appreciate what you're saying about not to get bogged down and that it's a separate issue, but I don't think we can lose it.
No, definitely not.
So thank you.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I'm happy to second the movement to accept the recommendation.
I think we're discussing whether or not to include in the scope this question of the experience of those living in Carter's Quay as well, but noted, we'll hopefully move on to that promptly. Councillor Waite.
Just a suggestion, can Councillor Armstrong's suggestion be, do we have the ability to refer to the environment and place overview and scrutiny, and then we can continue our bit of investigation separately and just have the two things go on, but yeah.
I think that's a great idea. We've been contacted by the chair of Overview and Scrutiny Board separately, and I think that this is really important that we're looking at how we've got to where we are. There's also the lived experience of people there at the moment, and there's also the question of what's going on with the administrators. So let's just make sure it's all being looked at, but not necessarily all in one place. So can we take as an action to refer to the Environment and Place Scrutiny Committee the experience of residents of Carter's Quay existing buildings and existing, okay, thank you. So we've had a proposer and a seconder to note the report, and let me read it out. So the report recommendation, the Audit and Governance Committee notes the process under which the contract was entered and the context in which it was agreed, accepts that ongoing work is necessary to reach the resolution, and notes that a report will be taken to Cabinet in due course.
Recommendation.
Councillor Waite.
Can we just add to that blurb that if we are all in agreement by consensus that we all endorse the questions that have been raised by committee members as part of our noting and going forward?
Yeah, could we add then to that report an amendment to that the report that the report that comes to Audit and Governance Committee to be discussed in the future plan, in the forward plan, reflects the discussion or the questions raised in the discussion tonight. Councillor Beasley.
That's very similar to what I was going to actually ask for as well. I just wondered about the timing of that, because I think what would be helpful to members of Audit and Governance would be if the officer could update the report with the information that's been verbally given to us tonight in a timely way. So I wouldn't want to wait till the next cycle. And there's no reason why we couldn't get it in the next week or so, I suppose. And that I think members would find very helpful.
I think we'd probably want to give Democratic Services a bit longer to write up the minutes of that discussion. Over to you.
Right, I just want to be clear. So the questions that you have asked and that I have captured will be amenable takeaway, and she will include them in a future report. I think, are you now questioning the timing of that report, whether that's a report to the next committee or whether that is going to be part of your main investigation report?
Councillor Beasley, what did you have
Yes,
in
so
mind there?
I'm sorry if I haven't been clear enough. It was not my intention that Democratic Services be writing this up in the minutes to give us that. Certainly not. It was for the officer to update her report in the light of the verbal responses that she and others have given this evening to the committee, and then recirculate the report that she has given us for tonight to members of the committee. That would be more timely and useful than waiting till the next meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee in the cycle.
My understanding was that that wouldn't be necessary because we're getting the report in Q4. We can discuss the date, and I can trust that the officers will make sure that the report addresses these questions, because they can watch the video of the meeting and make sure that they're all being caught. Would you see a value in particular in seeing that list of questions in advance, or are you content to trust that the officers will reflect them in the report that comes back to us?
Well, I think the timeliness is now, so I think I wouldn't want to wait for the next iteration in a quarter's time, because then you're sort of going back to the beginning again, and I think it would help all of us to do that, particularly since other people are asking questions about this, in particular colleagues and people outside as well.
Fine. How amenable would you be to updating the note that you have with a list of bullet points, topics that we have covered in the discussion today? You've already listed some questions here, and in paragraph 7, some of the relevant considerations. If you could add as bullet points some of the items that have come up in the discussion today, and then send that round to committee members, would that suffice? Thank you. Good. Are we happy? All consensus? Excellent, thank you very much.
And just to say that we will also add that you are referring the that item that you've discussed about the impact on local residents to the Environment and Place ONS committee.
Yes, would you like to, should we have a vote on it?
Chair,
Oh, one
sorry,
second, pause.
can I just
Sure.
clarify that what would the status of the report be? Because it would have to go back through the various governance processes that we've got, and we do publish the draft minutes in a very timely manner, subject to Jill's availability. But it is just about this report and it being recirculated. I'm conscious that the approved version of this report is currently published. We've also got members of the public who may want to see it, so it would have to come back to a future meeting for transparency reasons. So I'm just sorry to be difficult, but I'm just questioning the status of the report if it's amended and then recirculated.
How about we make it not a report, we just extract paragraph 7 and put that in a separate Word document as a note for committee members and circulate that round to us. And it's paragraph 7, it's just a list of questions. And you can just circulate it round to us. And then if we have any ideas for other questions in between now and September, October, it can be a prompt to us to add them. How about that? Oh, Councillor Tiley.
Yeah, and just to close the loop on that, that's then included in the final report. So that, you know, we do get draft reports, you know, for committees beforehand, but as long as that information gets caught in the final report, I think that should be fine.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, it's just to pick up on the recommendation for taking exploring the lived experiences and impact on residents, and that going to Environment and Place. So I'd like to move that happens. Thank you.
Notes that a report will be returning to this committee
Can I just to check? So I understand the recommendation, but I think we've agreed to extract the questions, and essentially I think committee members are asking to agree the scope in terms of the next report. So the questions in paragraph 7, and then for other questions to be added. But can I just check the timing of the next report? Sorry, did we establish when that report is coming back to committee?
Shall we say, if you could aim to circulate that list of questions in the next 2 months, so over the summer, just a list of questions, and then we'll discuss when the meeting can be and report can be. We'll discuss that when we get to the forward plan item, but I think it won't be before Q4 because we want to allow time for the future places discussion in Q3. So it won't be before Q4, but we can confirm that date. But if you can just send the list of questions in the next few months over the summer, and then if we, by email, if we have any additional questions that we'd like to add, we can always do that. Okay, shall we have a vote on this item? All in favour? Excellent, thank you very much.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you, and I really appreciate this is something that you've come to new, you weren't around at the time, and I think you've done a huge amount of work and digging into what you can find, so thank you very much. It's been really invaluable having this fresh eyes coming to it, so thank you. Right, item 7, future places. Now, I remind viewers and committee members that we have a whole meeting that we've set up specifically on this on the 18th of August. And in the interest of the long agenda, I want to keep this item short, but this is just an update on how the investigation is progressing and an opportunity for committee members to make any comments to feed into that. So, Mr. Stannard, please.
Thank you. With some trepidation. The investigation is very complex and it's professionally challenging, I'll admit. My biggest concern at the moment is the timing issue, in the sense that there is day job stuff still happening, and I'm not progressing as well, particularly in the last couple of weeks, as I would have hoped, particularly for the interim report in on the 18th of August. Having said that, what I have done is I've got a skeleton report ready, and I was just going to run through a couple of the issues that Mr. McKinstry raised earlier have already been covered. So, for example, there's who I've spoken to and who I've had information from. So we've already covered that, and we've also covered whether I've had any external influence, which we gave the answer as no. The biggest area for me was to understand the numbers. So I'm a numbers person, and if I understand the numbers, I can start fitting the jigsaw together. So section 4 of the scope, I'm very well progressed in. What I'm slightly worried is how I report that in a report. It's very tricky, because what I'm thinking would be better is almost showing you on a screen, going through this set of accounts, for example. You know, we've got P&L. What does that figure include? Drilling down, because these are the things you were asking for. You know, you want to understand who was paid what, in terms of companies, how the makeup of the P&L basically. So that's quite tricky to write, and I'm thinking it's better in a presentation format, or literally going through on a screen and clicking in. So thoughts on that would be interesting to hear from members. And yeah, the sheer volume of the stuff I've got to look at, and we've promised going through the additional questions that have been come in from councillors and from members of the public, and trying to reference them back into the report. That's very time consuming. So timing is my big worry, if I'm being totally honest.
Thank you, Mr. Stannard. Councillor Wade.
Nigel, do you fancy doing a webinar? How's your presentation skills? Because then you can sort of talk people through, as I'm understanding, sort of spreadsheet or whatever it is, and then it can be, savable, publishable, probably.
Yes, yeah, that would be my that would be my preference for certain topics, and it's perfectly fine to write up other elements of the scope in a report style, but I think there's a few elements, and the finance is particularly one that lends to that.
Councillor Batt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, we're hearing your difficulties. Is there a conversation that you can have with the appropriate individual or individuals in order to alleviate those somewhat, so that you're able to have the time required? And what is it that you need from us? You've suggested a visual screen illustration, which I think is a very laudable idea, because visuality is so easy to encapsulate and take on board. But I was just wondering as to, how can we help you move forward better? If you don't want to share that, Nigel, of course I understand that, but I just wondered if you were able to, perhaps we could assist.
Yeah, thank you. It's a tricky one, because there are conflicting priorities, and some of the day job issues are significant and need dealing with. And it's not that I'm reluctant to delegate or reluctant to ask for help. It's just physically the volume, and there's no easy answer to volume.
I'm very supportive of the idea of a presentation, visual presentation. I think we just need to have a discussion as to how and when. I'm probably of the view that it doesn't need to happen before the 18th of August, but sometime between then and when it comes to us later in the year, perhaps, or ahead of that subsequent meeting, something like that might be appropriate. Councillor Phipps.
I'm aware, and others, maybe, I don't know exactly who was included or sent this, but that a member of the public has done what they consider to be some financial analysis of certain parts of things relating to future places, and I believe they've been in touch with yourself already, and Mr. Filmer as well. I'm wondering if you're going to take that into account, or at least address the issues that have been raised in that. And if you haven't got it, I'll send it to you. I think you will probably, I don't want to mention anybody's name, but I just want to know, I think you'll be aware of what that document is.
I think we're on the. I think I'm aware of said individual, and the individual is in the 3 that we mentioned in the reply to Mr. McKinstry. So yes, and I am trying to take all of that into account, and that's why the time-consuming bit is, you know, because we had a set of questions, sub-questions that we wanted to address, but then as individuals have more information through FOIs, they then ask more questions and sub-questions again, and just trying to follow all that through and make sure, you know, because with the greatest respect, some people are interpreting information wrongly. Some people have not got all the information, so they're having to interpret things and understandably interpreting things slightly incorrectly. So I'm absolutely trying to cover off all of those angles.
Yeah, because there's quite a few points made. Some may be incorrect, some may be correct. I don't know, but I think they actually do need addressing. I'm happy just, I've got final version or whatever to send it to you, so you've got the final one or whatever if you want. Because there were various iterations of this, I think. But I do think even if there's things that are incorrect, they need addressing so we know that they're not right. So can I just flick that over to you anyway? Okay, and if you've already got it, fine, it's not a problem, is it? Thank you.
And
I
could I
can
ask
send it
that
to
you
you.
send to the committee members as well, just so
Okay.
we all have the information we need.
The final point I wanted to make is I'm also conscious and a little bit wary about confidentiality to individuals and companies, and therefore I am taking some legal advice down. I'm very conscious that you didn't like the Bayside report where we had to redact quite a bit. So I don't want to fall into that trap again, and therefore some of these webinar type meetings, we can be more frank in those than in a public report. But again, I'm wary and conscious that you want as much as this in the public domain, but there may need to be some respectful acknowledgement that not everything can be in the public domain if you truly want the answers.
Thank you. I think that's helpful and frank and open. I think that we as a committee need to make sure that we're comfortable with what we've seen and with what you've done. And we need to balance that with getting as much as possible in the public domain. And we're going to have to navigate that over the coming months. Thank you. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, and certainly I must admit I think it was first OSB I sat in where we reading a redacted report that literally said nothing because there was that much black on it. It was very frustrating. In which case, you know, can we explore the option of perhaps having a public session with a redacted thing and then have an exempt session where we have maybe a more detailed report. I appreciate that Mr. Stannard is looking at legal advice on that, and of course we'd have to follow that. But you know, I wouldn't want to go through that same sort of process as we did on the Bayside. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered whether we're keeping track of the cost of all of the investigation so far, and if we're needing to now get legal advice on certain matters relating to it, is that going to increase the cost, and what does that look like? Thanks.
I'm certainly keeping the notional cost of my time, and that will be reported in both the interim and final reports. How many days this has taken at a costed approximation of my time, and I wasn't going to include all the other. How do I phrase it? The residual costs. So, for example, you know, we heard earlier from the answer to Mr. McKinstry, I've spoken to 20 people already. you know, their time in responding to me. I haven't attempted to cost that. I could do if committee want me to, but it's more time again, isn't it? So I think, yeah, so maybe, you know, I might maybe see what my figure is for the direct costs. And then if you want to understand indirect costs, that's the word I was looking for, indirect costs down the line, then maybe we could estimate that or have some other method of trying to obtain that.
Thank you. And my view for what it's worth is that we should have as much as possible in the public domain. I think a part of this exercise is about that public accountability, but we have to balance that with making sure that individuals are able to contribute what they can, if it helps the investigation, without fear of everything having to be public, and making sure that we get the best information. We can't let it all being public deter getting what's valuable. So with that in mind, let's try and get as much in the public domain as possible. And make sure there's compelling reasons for what can't be. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Mr Stannard for updating us today. I appreciate it. It's a very complicated and complex task that you've been given to undertake. I certainly concur with what you've just said and what Councillor Tarling said a moment ago. We need to make sure, as we've always said, that as much as possible is in the public domain. However, if there is exempt information in there, and we as councillors want to be part of that, then we may have to go into private session. We all understand that, and I wouldn't want to see a repeat of a redacted document that really becomes almost meaningless as a result. So certainly fully supportive of that. The only question I had was concerning an email that we have now all been circulated with from Craig Beavers. It was sent to you this morning, and from reading this, I'm told that the correct protocol was then to copy it to all members of the committee. And I just wondered what you were going to do with it, because it does imply that there is a conflict as far as Mr Stannard's concerned, but it has a lot of information in it, and I just wondered how it would be progressed. And I'm raising that at the committee today because obviously we're all here, and I think it would be unfortunate and probably unhelpful if we all went off and did our own things with it. It needs to be focused and it needs to be in the right place.
I mentioned in my response earlier to the public question that the update on who's been contacted is as of this morning, because I have that in mind. I'm pleased to have heard from Mr Beavers, and that my next course of action was to circulate to you all with his consent. So I'm pleased he's done that. I think that there's a few things in it that need to be worked through. I think that that's part of the motivation by my saying that concerns about confidentiality and the fact that it is a public investigation shouldn't get in the way of any relevant information being shared, and we have to navigate that. My plan is to give that consideration as to how best to get the information that we need from it to help inform our questioning without sharing anything that would be compromising. I hope that a way forward, and I haven't given it full consideration yet, so I don't want to give a premature answer, but I hope that we can find a way forward where we can ask the same scrutinising questions based on the information that he shares. We can use that to ask pertinent questions without having to rely on individual evidence provided. So that's a course that I hope we can take, and still making sure that we're giving the right challenge without relying on any one particular account. So I'm not sure if that's a helpful response, but in short, I'll have to come back to you on a more considered approach.
Thank you for that response, because what has come in from Mr Beavers has got to go to somebody to be fed into the investigation, and I wouldn't want it to be dealt with in any other way, nor I'm sure would anybody else. But there is an implication early on in the email of a conflict as far as Mr Stannard's concerned, and we need to find a way through that, because there's a lot of information in here which is completely pertinent to the investigation and needs to be taken fully into account. So I appreciate you only had it this morning, but we only got it as members of the committee at 17:20, so I doubt many of us have, well, You're on here, Councillor Wade. So through you, Chair, once we've had an opportunity to read it, I'm sure that members will also share those sort of concerns as well.
Thank you.
Chair, so I'm just concerned about the personal references to Mr. Stannard and a potential conflict in a public meeting in an environment where I don't believe that Mr. Stannard has seen the email or the content of that. And I think that's an unfortunate reference. I don't know how we can deal with it now because it's been made twice, but I don't think that's an advisory way of dealing with something. We should have dealt with that in private and confidential, I believe.
No, that's noted. I think in this circumstance, I think we are aware, and we have discussed previously, the idea of Mr. Stannard leading the investigation, and we think it's right that he does, and we have we have no grounds to doubt his objectivity and independence. But nevertheless, it has been discussed that there are challenges and there are things that you aren't able to investigate in full because you've had a role in, and you've said that in the past, that there are certain areas where it's not right for you necessarily to opine on. And I think you've been very open and clear about that. There are certain aspects which you're not going to go into detail that you would in other situations, for other matters. So I think we can acknowledge that we are not calling into doubt your independence or objectivity, but there are areas of the investigation which you would not go into as much detail as you would otherwise. I hope that you would think that was appropriate and accept what I'm saying there. I think we just need to navigate this and make sure that we gain what is useful from anything that is sent by the public without it causing any difficulties for the investigation.
Well, Chair, the Chief Executive has made some comments there. I think what I said was that the author of the email implied that Mr. Stannard may be conflicted about some of what he has said. And you've just clarified that Mr. Stannard quite properly has always maintained a position over that. It would be unlikely that there wouldn't be any areas, actually, given the size of the organisation. And I would never, as Mr. Stannard well knows, ever imply anything improper or anything else about his conduct of the investigation. Of course I wouldn't. And so I don't think it was inappropriate. And I think I just wanted to raise it so that we were all on the same page as members of the committee, and we didn't deal with it on an ad hoc basis. And if we can be assured, as you have done, that you will deal with it from the chair, then that satisfies me completely.
Thank you. I confirm I will deal with it as chair and make sure that you are all aware of what I do. I note the comments made. I very much hope that Mr. Stannard feels that what we are saying is in line with what you have said yourself and no further than that. And I think I'll leave it at that. Shall we draw this item to a close? All happy to? Thank you very much. Right, moving on to item 8, the information governance update. We have Nigel Channer to present. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you very much for allowing me to present the Council's information governance performance for the financial year 2024-25. As you can project, this report provides a comprehensive overview of our performance in handling requests under the Freedom of Information Act, Environmental Information Act, Regulations, Data Protection Act, and other disclosure mechanisms. It also outlines our compliance with statutory obligations, internal review outcomes, and the ISO engagement, and some training metrics as well. Of course, the report is for information only, but I'd welcome any questions or reflections from members. So I'd like to share the key headlines with the committee this evening. We processed 2,587 requests in total, a year-on-year increase across all categories. Compared to last year, Freedom of Information and EIR requests rose by 7%. The data, the disclosures, SRAs were 26% and disclosures was 4%. The request type split we had 62% of requests for FOI, EIR, 16% for SARS, and 22% for disclosure. Now, the highest volumes of requests was received by our Wellbeing Directorate in the order of 30% and 31% by our Children's Services section. Turning to sorry, jumped ahead there. So looking at our overall response rate, we saw the outturn being 83%. So of course that's below what our target and our ambition was for the 90th percentile. But throughout the year we saw that a positive trend, in fact, when we had slipped down in quarter 2 to around 79%, and then we jumped back up again in quarter 4 to 84%. So our overall response rate was 83%. In terms of internal reviews, they accounted for 2% of all requests, indicating a fairly good satisfaction rate with our initial responses. Of the 35 matters that we reviewed, we then had another that went to the ICO, and of those we had 7 out of those cases where the ICO upheld our decisions. And then we had one that was interesting where it was, I guess we describe it as an adverse finding, and that was one that went to the first tier tribunal, and that's actually against the ICO and their decision, but there was actually no action for the council to take, but it did highlight that there was a breach of Section 10, and Section 10 relates to the council and many other councils in terms of our responses to prompt response to FOIs within the 20 days. So that goes back to our 83%. That if we'd had that higher, then of course our response rate would have been better. So having a look at the service performance over the year, it was varied, but we had good performance from 5 units who met or exceeded the 90% response rate. And notably, we had the IT program and programs team who achieved 98% average, and procurement who also maintained a good response rate at 96%. And as noted, we had areas that needed improvement, and finance and legal and democratic services, which fell below those thresholds. But we work closely and have been working closely with these teams to address the capacity and process issues there. Looking at training was another matrix you've asked us to take a look at, and reporting on that, we've got some mandatory training completion rates, and they are improving. So with cyber awareness, that's up from 67% to 86%, and data protection is up from 65% to 85%. So I think this reflects a culture of compliance and awareness across the whole organisation, and we're taking training seriously, and it then will have an impact to improve and promote good IG best practice across the whole network. And we do have a good network of information asset advisors who we turn to and we are relying on. In terms of the strategic developments, the comment here is to say that the leadership are carrying out a review of the IG function, and that's underway, and the aim is to enhance our structure and service delivery. In addition to, we are also preparing for the integration of artificial intelligence technologies and making sure that they align with data protection principles. And the IG team is actively supporting this transition and embedding those safeguards and governances from the very outset when we engage with artificial intelligence. So in summary, I believe the Council continues to make some steady progress in information governance, and we're responding to increasing demand and trying to improve our performance and embedding a culture of compliance. So I'd like to recommend that the committee note the performance management information for 2024-25 and note the ongoing review of the IG function by the leadership team. Thank you, Chair and members.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I had one question which was related to a point I made at full council the other night about training for councillors, particularly cyber awareness. To what extent do you think it would be possible to arrange some slightly different formatted training for councillors who are, for whatever reason, having difficulties doing the training through the council portal? I'm thinking some sort of a group session or via Teams.
Oh, yeah. So I'll speak with our HR department who manage the functionality of that and see what we can deliver. Is that okay, Chair? Janie?
Chair, if I may, there was a discussion at the recent meeting of the Standards Committee, and the Standards Committee has tasked Democratic Services to also look at and work with colleagues in IT and with Nigel's team as well about looking at alternative methods of delivery. For example, toolbox talks, more proactive webinars that can be watched rather than sit down and read essays, for example, and then do sort of like bullet point answers. So we are currently looking at this. I'm going to work with our colleagues in IT who support the provision of the online training. So it is ongoing. We will report back to a future meeting of the Standards Committee as well on this progress, because obviously the Standards Committee is monitoring the take up of member training, Chair.
Thank you. I imagine my comments apply to council staff as well, and making that easier must be a good thing. Thank you very much. Lindy, I see, is online.
Good evening, everyone. I've got two questions. On page 42, you talk about cyber awareness training as well as data protection. I just wondered whether you did in the past or are planning to do training on information governance itself. And then the other question is on page 38, you did touch on the performance, the 83% due to, if I recall correctly, you mentioned processes and capacity as the issues. Maybe just to take us through, like finance was on 60% and there's one on IT that was also very low. Do you have a plan in place to improve the rates and to meet the targets? Yeah, you just mentioned the reason. Do you have anything in place that can give us some confidence that you will meet the targets? Thank you.
So I believe the first question was around training, and yes, we have in mind, we've got a soft program around some of the issues that arise in our day-to-day operations. So that one of the first things that we're looking at is, for example, around data breaches, and we're looking at preparing some training around that. And so we've got a schedule of work which we're looking at to help us support the introduction of artificial intelligence to begin with, because that's really quite time consuming for members of the team at the moment. So we're really heavily engaged with that, with all members of hands on deck as we prepare for that. So I can certainly look at scheduling a bit more of that within, because typically training program, because typically we work through our information asset advisors, and there's a forum there which we work with and provide training and a platform to discuss various training requirements. So that's a form of kind of an active space for us with ongoing questions that we can help our colleagues with. So we're actively involved in that. In terms of the low performance from some of our sections, it's often an ongoing discussion, Councillor. What we're doing is that we'll go back to them quite regularly. So my team is split, and we've split up the whole directorates into different groups, and we go off, we meet up with them. So rest assured, we have recently, for example, met up with one particular. In fact, this week we were talking to one of the groups where we thought there's going to be a bit of a struggle moving forward in terms of capacity, and we've seen that there's a plan put in place to ensure that there's a sort of handover to do that. So it is an ongoing dialogue that we have as a rolling program. We're looking at the numbers and trying to be proactive and going, okay, that looks like it's coming down. And to be fair, some of the directors come to us with, we've got a capacity. So where we can, we do have some members of the team who, will put our hands to the pump as well, and they do help out. For example, with some of the SARS, these are really quite time consuming. We're talking requests that has thousands of documents in, and team members will often help to try and to tackle that. So we are actively trying to help our colleagues in various sections with what can often be a capacity problem. As you can see, the numbers have gone up over the years, and what we're trying to do now is to be more efficient around that. And one of the hopes, for example, is the use of AI. So once we're encouraging the use of that and seeing how we can best do that. It's early at this stage, so we haven't adopted it in a way that will see any significant savings, but we're hoping that as the technology beds in and is safer, we can start to see how we can use that. We've had some few trials with doing things. So, for example, we've looked at one of our colleagues did some really good work where they took an individual's case history and created a journal from it, and it worked. It seemed quite well, but when you dug down a little deeper, it wasn't as consistent as we'd hoped. So it's not something that we can safely adopt right now. So those are aspects we're working on to see whether we can adopt some of those technologies. And interesting for us, we also attended some webinars with other councils who are further down the track than us around their adoption of AI technologies. And so we're observing those, and we are seeking out some of those solutions to see whether we can adopt that.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much. Nigel, thank you for your presentation and your report. You mentioned, or you talked about AI could be a useful tool for the council generally. You may not have seen it because it only came out today, but there was a report in the local government lawyer journal about a situation of a Cambridgeshire planning authority did a test between AI and human beings in summarising some planning consultations, and the work took officers 60 hours to prepare, and AI did it in 16 minutes. And when somebody independently, not the actual people, checked the outcome and conclusions and results, it was more or less the same. And there's a report, I can send you the link, and the members of the committee the link. That's very useful. And obviously, I'm sure other local authorities are getting on the hotline to that particular council or planning authority and saying, well, can you share which bit of AI software you purchased, because we like to test it out ourselves.
Yeah, I'd welcome that. We certainly, the recent webinar to share was actually with Derbyshire City Council, and their adoption of using similar technologies which allow them to do summarization of large quantities of documents was very useful. Yeah. So we have seen the adoption of these technologies.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, well, I'll circulate it, and as I say, it's out in the public domain, and perhaps the local media might pick up on it. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question, Nigel, with regards to the role of or involvement of councillors in this process. I'm just wondering, is there an expectation that councillors provide, are directly providing information for FOI requests? Because my concern might be that things might get missed, or can you just tell me a bit more about that and about what the expectations are regarding? Thank you.
Oh, right, yes. So what we find is that most of our information of sort of involvement with councillors is often around freedom of subject access requests. So where individuals are asking for details about themselves, but in large part, I guess it's a plea from me, for the data protection officer, for the officers across the council, is that when asked by officers that request information, we would really be helpful if you could respond as quickly as possible. Clearly, time is of the essence, and if we could have your support in that regard, that would be really, really helpful to us. We're often finding that we're having to chase, particularly when it comes around to subject access requests, that we were repeatedly asking for your support in answering those requests.
Thank you. I'm just not sure whether councillors should be doing that, especially given the time pressures. Are officers not able to go into inboxes and search, or search records, files?
Chair, can I just clarify that? No, there is absolutely no ability, unless it's very, very exceptional circumstances, for an officer to extract information from a councillor's inbox. Everybody owns their own information on their council laptop and is responsible for that information. No one is exempt, I'm afraid, from complying with an SAR request or an FOI request. So if Nigel's team send you a message going, we've received an FOI about this, do you hold information? You are legally obliged to comply with that request. But I'm afraid it's not something that officers can do on your behalf, I'm afraid.
If all agree, shall we move to note the report? So this one, the report recommendation, the committee notes the information governance performance management information for the financial year 2024-25, Q1 to Q4, contained in this report. This includes requests received under the Freedom of Information Act 2000, Environmental Information Regulations, Data Protection Act 2018, and other agency disclosure requests. And committee notes that currently a review is underway by the leadership team of the function of information governance within BCP Council. Do we have consensus to note the report? Excellent, thank you. So, item 9, Treasury Management Monitoring Outturn 2024-25, an update for Q1 2025-26. Mr. Filmer.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. So the report starts off with an economic update, and the most noteworthy point to pick up is the Bank of England cut its base rate to 4.25% in May. It froze it in June, and it meets next in August, and the likelihood is they're going to cut it again. That's what the markets are saying. What that means for the council, as you'll see later on in the tables, the council needs to take out significant amounts of borrowing, but that rate isn't playing into the what we call the Public Works Loan Board rate, where we go out to borrow from the Treasury, and the average rate for a 25-year loan is around 6.2%. So it's not going down. It's been about above 6% probably for the last 3 or 4 months, and that's a reflection on the market's ability, the government's ability to repay their debt. So in terms of the outturn for 24-25, Table 2 sets out the final performance against budget, and we were over by £2 million, and the majority of that is to do with the borrowing costs. So in part, we assumed that interest rates would reduce during 24-25, and they didn't. And a large part of that is to do with the cash drawdown, particularly on the DSG deficit, which I think most members are aware at the end of the year stood at 113 million. And that's 113 million that we've had to bankroll since that deficit accrued. So Table 3 sets out the council's total short-term borrowing as at the end of March, which was 121 million, all of which has been repaid, and more borrowing has been taken on during 25-26. And we forecast by the end of March 26 that that'll be around about 170 million. Table 4 sets out the council's long-term borrowing, so anything that's over a year, and that stood at 370 million. We didn't take on any new long-term borrowing during 24-25, but we did change some of the terms of the Phoenix loan. We restructured that for a more preferential rate. Table 5 is probably the most technical area of the report, so I'm not going to go too much into it because, as I'll pick up around training, I think it's something necessary. But Table 5 shows the council's capital financing requirement as at the end of March, which stood at 543 million. And what that means is that's all capital expenditure that's been funded from debt since councils could take on debt, which needs to be repaid. That's the most simplest way. It's a very technical area, but something to pick up in any training. So table 6, and that sets out the council's investments at the end of the year, and that was just over £2 million. The second half of the report, that covers the in-year forecast for Q1. Table 7, we're forecasting a 300,000 underspend against budget, and that's due to the local authority borrowing market. It seems to be quite liquid at the moment, and then rates have reduced because of that. And Table 8 and Table 9 set out the current borrowing position, but no noteworthy change to flag on that. And Table 10 shows the investments at 1.3 million at the end of June. And lastly, as I mentioned, I'll work with the chair to get a date in the diary for committee to carry out a Treasury training session, which hopefully will be conducted by our external consultants that support us with Treasury management. So I'll stop there, Chair. Happy to take any questions.
No, thank you for that, and really welcome the training that you offer. I think that would be really useful for us. Do we have any questions? Councillor Waite.
I need to request that the training be as key stage 2 as possible.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just had a question for Mr. Filmer with regard to the growing differential between base rate and the PWLR rate, which is the rate at which local authorities, of course, borrow. And you referenced that has grown over the last, I think you said 3 to 4 months. Just two questions. First of all, specifically, why has that grown? Is that at the behest of government wanting it to be more expensive for local authorities to bring down borrowings, or is it something more to do with market conditions? And the second part of that is, and this is the impossible one, of course, do you see that divergence narrowing in the future back to more normal rates, more normal differences between those two rates? Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. So the PWLB rate is what we refer to as gilts, and that's how government package up their debts and sell to the market. Banks and third parties buy that debt up. There's been a lot of uncertainty around the current government's ability in terms of its budget and how it's financed, which you've probably seen play out in the media. And because of that risk in terms of how they've set their budget, that plays out into the gilt market. And so the market is seeing government debt as a more risky investment than it has previously, and that's why it's higher than the bank rate it currently is. The second part, it is in table, I think it's table 1 of the report. It does set out the forecasts for PWLB over the medium term. I think it's table 1, and you'll see there's a number of forecasts for PWLB rate, which does drop over that medium term, not particularly fast, and probably not as fast as the bank rate is predicted, but it is assumed to decrease, and that's why we're holding off taking on any long-term borrowing at the moment. So we've got this policy of carrying on doing short-term borrowing in the hope that PWLB rate reduces.
I didn't have any other questions. We had this at full council the other day as well, didn't we? And no questions from me. Although you're on for the next one, aren't you? Some of my questions around borrowing, I imagine we can run into that item. So is everyone happy to to note the reported activity of the Treasury Management function for 2024-25. Note the reported activity of the Treasury Management function for April to June 2025. Do we have consensus for that? Thank you very much. So item 10, increased borrowing pool museum. Oh, Councillor Waite.
May I call for comfort break now, please?
I was going to suggest that we did one after the pool museum item, as I know a number of people are here for that item, and that they might like the opportunity of a break after that to go. If you don't mind, should we try this item and then some can leave? Mr. Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the second report that we brought to Audit and Governance around proposals to take on new debt, and this is off the back of a decision in July 2023 where we reduced the council's debt threshold, and to strengthen governance around new borrowing, that we would take proposals through their standard process, either cabinet and council depending on the value, but also have additional ratification assurance from the Audit and Governance Committee. And one example that's come up that's gone to cabinet and council already is the Pool Museum. This was part of the outturn report for 24-25, which is set out basically as part of this report. I've got Jane and Alison on hand to answer any detailed questions in regards to the Pool Museum, the reasons why it's overspent, and the robustness of the business case in terms of managing that additional debt. So I'll stop there, Chair, and perhaps take questions as they come.
Unless anybody else has any questions straight away, I'll jump in with mine. So my question is around so just to be clear, at full council the other night, council approved the business case for going ahead with it, but we as a committee have to completely separately get comfortable with the funding structure proposed. We accept that council very much welcomes the work and thinks that this is a great thing for the council to be doing, but we separately have to be thinking about whether or not we're comfortable with the prudential borrowing increase because of that. So there, if we decided we didn't wish to agree that, then it would have to go back to cabinet and then council with a different funding arrangement. So that's my understanding. So we need to get comfortable that the increase in prudential borrowing is justified, irrespective of how positively we think of the scheme. So my question is just to make sure to expand on how you are comfortable that the borrowing repayment can be accommodated in the midterm financial plan in the short term, so before the forecast income from the museum can be realised. So if you could just clarify a little bit on the repayments as set out in the report, you're comfortable with them now, this year and next year, despite the longer term business case. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, can I suggest that the representatives of the service, actually come forward and give you that assurance?
That would be fantastic. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks very much for having us here this evening. Yes, so for this current year, the borrowing is quite small. It's only around about 35,000, and for next year, it's 120,000, moving into the slightly larger amounts of just under £250,000 a year in a couple of years' time. So the business case that we are bringing forward is purposely conservative on the income figures and probably a little bit overexcitable on the costs, so that we can be as prudent as possible. So it is very much affordable on that basis. We are obviously, as all services are doing, looking at staffing costs and relative structures. As you'll know, we opened part of the estate just last weekend. So we have 50% open, and it's obviously a very small sample. But with that small sample, I would confidently say that just with half of the estate open, we would reach the figures that we had put in the business plan. We've had an extremely good first week of extrapolating. It would be in excess of 225,000 visitors a year, and with very healthy returns on the cafe, and programming. And then within a week's time, I would be able to give you further reassurance on the retail side, which I have every confidence in, as well as our donation strategy as well. So I believe in the very short term, it's extremely affordable, and long term, it is absolutely also affordable, as long as we keep an eye on costs and that we do understand that there are requirements to change the overall operating model of most of our, of many of our cultural assets.
Thank you. That's very reassuring. And how does the increase in borrowing that's proposed compare to BCP's total borrowing repayments? In the big picture of the borrowing repayments, do we have a sense of what this increase represents? Does that make sense?
Through you, Chair. It's fairly insignificant, if I'm honest, in terms of the total debt that the council holds and the repayments of that. Yeah, the initial impact's quite insignificant.
Thank you. That again is helpful context, I think. And then I had one final question, which is just understanding the report sets out some comments on the fundraising and the change in fundraising. I think it's paragraphs 9 to 11 of the report on page 58, 59. So just to expand a little bit on the variance in fundraising and whether there's any broader points around that.
Thank you for the question. So the changes in the fundraising, so we initially had a fundraising strategy for third-party funding. There was £300,000 initially, which was bolstered with an additional 400 to make the £700,000 that we had at the point of the ODR that you'll note in the report from 2021. We had a very strong and confident and experienced fundraising board, and we had regular meetings, a strong pipeline that took us forward. After a point, it was quite apparent we weren't going to meet the remainder of that fundraising target. We had incidentally raised nearly £2 million for additional scope as opportunities came along. They weren't the right fit for what was left. So from a business plan point of view, we had always integrated that borrowing in the business plan should we need to activate that as borrowing. There was an additional double counting of fundraising accorded in there as well, which is point 12 in the report. So we had £150,000 confirmed fundraising that was double counted. There was a clerical error in accounting for that. That makes part of the difference.
No, that's helpful. And so you to just check my understanding, you got 2 million in fundraising, but it wasn't quite right to be able to be used as planned.
A very small part of that went back towards, we had about 79,500 went back towards reducing the borrowing, I think in the May 24 report. We had opportunities, for example, like the Salix public sector decarbonisation, which was extremely sort of encouraging in terms of what it helped us do to the museum buildings. We applied for it, just over £1 million. That couldn't be applied against the third party. It was a completely different scope. It was really beneficial and it helped us do other work. That's one example. There were others.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Did anyone else have any questions? Oh, Councillor Tyler, sorry, you said you did, didn't you?
Yeah, on the looking at table 2 and obviously the figure there, we've got the prudential borrowing, and beneath it we've got obviously a substantial National Lottery Heritage Grant Fund, and also the other grants, Historic England and Arts Council. Are they conditional on this other monies and the proportionality of the funding? I probably haven't said that very well, but is there a condition that the parity in raising money or so and so? Is there a condition attached to that that this funding would affect if we?
Shall I take that one? Yeah. So the funding from the main lottery grants and Historic England grants, this additional borrowing isn't part of that partnership arrangement. That's separate. So we've met our obligations in terms of providing partnership funding, because that's included within that 600,000, 620,000. So there's no risk to those other amounts.
Andrews.
Yes, thank you. obviously, as we've heard in the previous item this evening, rising building costs can catch people unawares. Is some of the extra spend here due to unforeseen rise in building costs? Because from what I gather, or what I know, building materials, not labour, has gone up by about a third since 2020. So, is that one major element of this extra spend?
Yes, we had about 14.5% hit from inflation when we went out to tender. So that sort of period of superinflation. We struggled with COVID, delays through COVID, materials availability, labour availability. As we were procuring, that happened in stages. So we didn't realise all of our inflation in one go at tender. We sort of suffered it later as well. And ultimately, for the end part of the project, it's been prolongation that has cost us. Site to time costs money, and so that's where the large sort of ramp up at the end has come from.
Thank you. And historically, one of your large outgoings was business rates. Business rates used to be calculated on a percentage of building costs, which you think, as you just alluded to, gosh, the more you spend, the more rates you've got to pay. But 3 years ago, I read journals or whatever, I know about this. I brought to our own office's attention that there was a test case, Exeter test case, whereby they successfully appealed against the government valuation officer. It took them years to change the basis of valuation from building cost percentage to profit. And I think you've now saved quite a lot of money due to my suggestion.
We have a check challenge in, awaiting a result imminently. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, just to add to that, the complex nature of business rates does mean though that's 49% of the cost falls on the council in terms of business rates. So it's not a win-win in regards.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I'm just wondering what steps are being taken to have the museum be like self-sustainable, and if there are being steps that are being taken, what's your plan for how long that will take and what that looks like? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So the reason I'm sat here today is because we have an ensuring sustainability project that has been funded by the National Lottery, again, with some match funding from the council as well, to ensure that the fantastic work that Alison and my colleagues have done to ensure that the building stays up for the next 40, 50 years is actually then replicated with having an open building, a community space, a public wellbeing space, and a fantastic arts and cultural offer for Poole and the wider BCP area. So my role is absolutely to ensure that the museum opens successfully this year, but to put in a 5, 7, 10-year business plan for the council to start implementing, and that work is progressing well and it's about halfway through.
Any other questions? Did you? Okay, so shall we move to a vote? Shall we recommend to council? Well, the recommendation to council the other day was recommend to council to recommend to A&G to recommend to council. So shall we approve the revised funding strategy for the Poole Museum's capital schemes, which will mean an increase in the approved prudential borrowing of £1.3 million? I'm happy to move that. Would anybody like to second? Councillor Tarling to second. Shall we have a vote? Councillor
As a Poole councillor, may I second? Thank you.
Of course. Shall we have a vote? Those in favour? That is. Oh, is Councillor Butt, are you voting in favour?
That's
so
unanimous,
that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming and speaking to us. It was very helpful and really added to that discussion. Thank you. We'd love to visit. Thank you. Shall we have a comfort break there? It's 9 past 8. Shall we reconvene at 8:25? Thank you very much. Pause the live stream. Thank you and welcome back. Thank you for your patience while we had a much needed break. Item 11, risk management corporate risk register update. Thank you. We have Fiona Manton online. Thank you so much for your patience. If we could keep make sure the update you give us is to the point. I think we can take it as read. We really appreciate the way you present these packs now. I think it's really conducive to a good discussion. It's very clear what the corporate risks are. So thank you for that. Fiona.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. As mentioned, this is the quarterly update to the Committee of the Council's Corporate Risk Register. As part of the continuing development of risk management and the reporting of risks, to assist members this quarter, I've again included a summarised version of the risk management process we follow. This is included as Appendix 1 on page 71 of your papers. To further support members in the approach of the Council, I've included the Council's risk matrix and the definitions relating to the quantification of risk. We use a 4x4 matrix where risks are mapped by assessing both the likelihood and the impact. The basis of the assessment is, in terms of impact, is provided by the definitions on page 74 of the pack and the likelihood being outlined on page 75. The assessment, you'll note, continues to be based on 7 possible aspects of the risk and encourages several risk factors to be considered to ensure the full implications of the risk are understood and evaluated. This encourages an accurate scoring of all of the risks. In addition to these documents, to continue to assist members, I wanted to provide a little bit of background around the approach to risk management, which we have continued during this quarter. Again, each of the corporate risks are owned or have the oversight of a corporate director. Each quarter, each risk is reviewed in terms of whether it remains current, whether the title is correct, whether there's any additional mitigations to note, what future key actions are planned, and finally, are there any changes to the overall risk strategy in terms of the treatment of the risk? My role is to collate these updates and report them via the risk register to yourselves. The reporting format is the same as previously, which has been adjusted following feedback from yourselves and officers, and we're more than happy to receive further feedback and adjust the reporting style if this would assist. The register we produced today is the Corporate Risk Register. This sits at the top of the pyramid of risk in terms of the Council. By this I mean it's above risk registers such as the Key Assurance Risk Register, Directorate level risk registers, project and in some instances team risk registers. To assist members on this occasion, I've included as Appendix 5 on page, I think it's page 143, a graphic of the risk levels in place in the organisation, just to demonstrate that risk isn't just at one level in the organisation, it does actually sit at multiple levels. This supports the flow of risk through the organisation and the reporting cycle. So we share the corporate risk routinely with the risk champions for each directorate to inform their own reviews, and also obviously for completeness, as part of the quarterly review and update, CMB consider the risks that sit below the corporate risk register. Risk management continues to develop, and we've included a dashboard report on page 77, which provides a snapshot of information. And at paragraph 11 of the report, the key updates are included and outlined. I'm happy to go through these or answer any questions on them. But if I continue, in terms of the corporate risk register, it is shown at Appendix 4, starting on page 79. Again, this is a snapshot in time as the register is subject to change, with new risks being considered and allocated across the various levels continually. In terms of the development of risk management, we're in the process of developing the new risk management policy. This has been delayed due to other priorities, but work is now continuing on the production of the risk appetite templates, which link to the risk categories and the risk impact definitions. It's intended that this work will be completed and presented to CMB during the next quarter, with the policy returning to this committee for noting at the next meeting. We continue to monitor and circulate emerging risks and horizon scan for any new legislation, etc., and make sure this is considered in risk reviews. We are introducing a new risk app, and we're moving to phase 2, which will support the production of reports to assist the organisation in reporting on risk. Those were the points I wanted to draw to your attention. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask a quick question about CR27, which is regarding cliff management and stability. I'm just noting that it is one of our top corporate risks, and where it's got on page 84, there it would just be really helpful to have the dates updated in terms of the due dates for some of the key actions, and perhaps just have a little bit more information about how this risk is being managed. Thank you.
I'll move on to Lindy, unless you wanted to come back on that. I'll move on to a question from Lindy online.
Thank you. My question is on page 79, where the net risk and target risk is highlighted in the table. So on CR27, the environmental impacts, and CR15, the suitable talent, the net and the target risk score remain the same. The target score should preferably be lower. So on the next page, on CR25, 16 and 24, the net and the target scores are the same. However, that would be accepted as it's quite low. And when you're at a low risk, you don't want to invest any more time or money or effort in reducing the target score. So that would make sense if the risk is a 2 and the target score is a 2. But for the top risk of 16, I think you should relook at your target risk score to bring that number down. Thank you.
Fiona, did you want to come back on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you. It's a really good question. And yes, we are looking at those two risks, particularly where the net score and the target score are identical. As you say, it would be usual to have the target score lower because obviously you're anticipating that the mitigations that you're planning will in fact reduce the risk, and depending on obviously the cost benefit analysis, etc. But we are going to review these two, particularly in relation to the scoring.
Thank you. Is that satisfactory, Lindy?
Definitely. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions from committee members? I had a few that I emailed earlier just to alert you. I hope that was helpful. So first question is, you note the risks identified by Grant Thornton on page 67. I just wanted to check when we're going to hear as a committee what happens to them and how they feed into the risk register. That might not be one for you, Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Chair. I think the risks that were referred to by Grant Thornton were generic risks that they applied to all local authorities, not just this council. Clearly, if there are any specific issues in those, they will be raised as part of their annual audit and their annual value for money process, and then we'll reflect upon them within our risk register. Previously, some of them, we've actually touched on. They haven't got as far as a risk register because they've not been, substantial, but there have been matters that have been drawn to and discussed as part of that annual audit process.
Thank you. So another question for you, actually, perhaps, Mr. Richards. There's a corporate risk 9 on ensuring a balanced budget, and then there's also corporate risk 23 specifically on the DSG. So I'm just interested in your thoughts as to whether those two separate corporate risks are needed. To my mind, they're quite overlapping, and I'm interested in whether or not having a balanced budget that's just a risk for all councils. To what extent that is needed as a corporate risk in addition to the DSG risk.
At this moment in time, I would continue to advise this committee to treat them as separate because you have that annual risk about setting an annual budget, and I know the DSG position has an impact in that, but it's only one of many, that will be considered as part of that risk. The DSG one is specific to that particular problem, and what we've got to recognise with DSG is that there is that considerable amount of debt, £113 million, as at the 31st of March 2025, that is sat on the balance sheet as though it doesn't exist. And that is a completely different issue, because that 113 isn't taken account of when we come to that annual process of whether the budget is balanced or not. Only the financial implications of servicing that debt are taken into account. So at this moment in time, I would continue to advise you to treat them as separate.
Yes, Councillor Cox.
Thanks. And in terms of the setting a legally balanced budget, I do think that that should continue because of the pressures of setting a budget and the fact that we have every year we have to try and find millions of pounds of savings in order to do so, which is a difficult process given everything that we've gone through so far. So I think at the moment that we have to continue with that one. Thank you.
In an ideal world, maybe move towards a place in which it's not a corporate risk every year. Yeah. And then I just had two quick questions. One was about housing demand in the local plan. That was discussed in the context of the annual governance statement, and whether or not housing demand should be a corporate risk. And then separately, one on fire safety, given some of the findings we'll hear about later, whether or not there's a case for those. Happy if you wanted to come back on those at a later date. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, with regards to fire safety, we had a health and safety board today. That was a matter that was reflected upon as part of the board's reflection on risk. And that matter will be something that is discussed with the corporate management board. And from there, should it be a risk, we'll then consider how to progress it from there. So that deals with the second of those. I'll leave the first to Fiona.
Fiona, did you want to come back? Happy if you wanted to do that later.
No, I'm happy to respond, Chair. In terms of the local plan, to begin with, in terms of that, the CMB agreed during the last cycle that corporate risk was to be drafted in relation to the position with the local plan. So this will be added to the corporate risk register during the next quarter. I have the draft now ready for review and consultation. The question around housing demand, I'm not sure to what extent the two are necessarily linked, but what we will do is go through and work with relevant directors to see if it's considered in any other the existing risks that we have on the register, and if not, we'll seek guidance from CMB at the next review point on whether a new risk is needed to consider this particular risk.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate those thorough responses. Oh, Councillor Trent.
Thank you. There's a lot of risks in the red category to do with finances, and that's obviously a major concern. But I note quite high on the risk element is the potential of climate change to outstrip our capability to adapt. And I know that we've got lots of areas that if the sea level were to rise over a short period of time, we would be in a lot of trouble in a lot of our areas. But the risk owner does appear to be marketing, comms and policy, and I'm wondering what's being done to make people aware of that, because there's so much out there that's questioning the validity of climate change and things like that, and there are people pushing to rein back on even the most basic measures to contain it. And I do appreciate that it's a global issue, but I don't accept the fact that we can't do anything because we're little, sort of thing. But I'm wondering what's being done to communicate the high level of risk from us being sort of overwhelmed by climate change, because it doesn't take much. We've seen in other places how quickly weather and sort of climate and flooding can sort of overwhelm an area. And I know that the sea level rise, which is possibly the biggest thing, takes a period of time, but I'm just wondering what's being done to make sure that people are aware that we are at a high risk in that area.
Thank you. Fiona, did you want to take that away to ask the corporate risk owner to come back on some of that about communication? or would somebody like to go for an answer now?
Yes, please, if I may take that away, and if happy, I'll circulate to the members of the committee the response.
Happy, I'm happy with that. Thank you very much. Did anyone else have any questions on that item? With that, thank you very much, Fiona. Have a good evening. See you at the next quarter. Right. That members of the Audit and Governance Committee note the update provided in this report related to corporate risks. Do we have consensus for that? Brilliant. Item 12, Internal Audit Quarterly Audit Plan Update. I believe this is Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This report provides the committee with progress on the delivery of the internal audit plan for the first quarter of 25-26. And due to committee timetable, it also includes March 25, so the last month of the quarter four from last year. It also provides an update on the status of non-implemented recommendations as at the end of the quarter. I will be brief. I'll just draw your attention to a few items on the in the report. So 28 audits were finalised during the period, 19 of which were reasonable assurance. I'd particularly like to draw your attention to the 5 partial audit assurance reports which were issued during the quarter. The first one on the list is the Children's Health, Fire and Safety one, and as you can see, 4 recommendations were made and responded to by Children's Services, but also Business Support and Facilities Management, which sits in customer property operations. As Adam has already mentioned, this has been raised through the Corporate Health and Safety and Fire Safety Board, and action has been taken to take that to CMB, so it's been addressed through the organisation. One recommendation in terms of the fire risk assessments has already been confirmed as complete, so action is taking place. And you'll note later on in the report on page 169 that 2 of the recommendations have missed the initial target date, but we've been provided with a revised target date of the end of August, and progress is underway to meet those recommendations. And the fourth recommendation is due in this quarter, so we'll provide an update in the next committee to see if any of those still remain outstanding by then. Okay. The other partial audit reports, I'll just give a brief update on progress since the report was made. So the Children's Services Commissioning Delivery, one of the 2 recommendations has been made, and the target date for the second one is end of September. So again, we'll provide an update on that one at the next committee. Both of the housing, temporary accommodation and B&B high recommendations have now been implemented. With the wellbeing, 3 of the 4 high recs are now implemented, and page 169 shows the remaining recommendations substantially completed. The asset management report was issued quite recently, so no progress on the, we haven't followed up progress on the recommendation as yet. We're progressing well on the 25-26 internal audit plan, and the progress is shown on those that are in scope and field work and draft status, and also we've included a list of audits that are planned to be undertaken during quarter 2 and any amendments to the plan. The last area I'd like to draw your attention to is Appendix 1, which shows those recommendations which have missed their target date. And just to remind the committee that they can call directors to future committees to provide further explanation on any outstanding recommendations, should you wish. Okay, happy to take any questions or provide any additional information if I can.
Thank you very much. That was very thorough. I'm glad to see that further fire safety audit is on the plan, which, yes, as you note, that there might be wider findings. So that's really reassuring. My question is on Appendix 1. Would it be helpful for us as a committee to do anything on any of those items? You know, would it be helpful for us to speak to any of the owners to move those discussions along, or is that premature?
Let me just get the list up. I think it would be over to, I have put it in date order, if that helps committee to draw your attention to any of the ones, so the older ones first. So I would say perhaps the ones later on in the table where the target date has just been missed by a month or two. And you can see the workers out is in course to meet a close target date, ones to perhaps be less concerned about, but there are ones earlier on the table which you've got target dates. I think the earliest one we've got is September last year. So that's coming up to a year where it hasn't been implemented. So I think it's for the committee to kind of see if they're concerned, but I think maybe just draw your attention to the dates and how long things have been outstanding. Nigel, have you got any issues?
I think as the chief internal auditor, I've obviously reviewed the explanations from directors, and whilst some of them are regrettable, I can see why. So there's nothing outrageous in the sense that, we just haven't done it. To me, there are good reasons why they haven't.
Yes, please. Yes, sorry. In terms of Linwood School, which is the oldest one, we are currently drafting, or there is a draft report on a wider schools finance audit, which are due to be finalised in the next few weeks, and that is looking at the deficit position of schools in the round. So actually, by the next committee, there'll be more information holistically on that one. So you should be getting an update on that indirectly through that process.
That's helpful. So should we say that maybe at the next quarter we take a view on whether or not it might be useful for us to want to speak to any of the owners of some of those? We'll give it another quarter and then think about it. That's my suggestion. What do other committee members think? Do any other members have any other questions on this item? No. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And we'll look forward to the next quarterly update. Thank you. So the report recommendation is to note progress made and issues arising on the delivery of the 2025-26 internal audit plan, note the explanations provided for non-implemented recommendations, and determine if further explanation and assurance from the Service Corporate Director is required. Do we have consensus for that? All right, thank you very much. Right, item 13, Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman. Janie Berry, Monitoring Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek the committee's acceptance of recommendations given by the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman. The report, which is dated of October 2022, appears at Appendix 1 of the report, but due to lengthy delays in the court process and the litigation, the LGSCO did not finalise and issue their report until May of this year. As part of this, the committee is asked to accept the recommendations which are set out on page 173 of the agenda, which is to formally consider and accept the report that has been published, approve the reimbursement to Mr. X of any general extras fees he paid to the nursery from the 12th of February 2021. This is in the region of £2,500. Approves the payment of £200 to compensate Mr. X for his time and trouble in bringing the complaint. Notes that an apology will be made to Mr. X. Notes the council has asked the nursery to change its pricing policy so that it is in line with guidance and provider agreement. Notes the council has met with the FEEE providers in the area to inform them of the LGSCO decision and remind them of the Ombudsman's expectations in terms of pricing. Chair, I'm conscious of the time, but I have set out a summary of the judicial review proceedings which occurred. The reason why there is such a long delay between the date of the report in October 2022 and the final adjudication is because the council did issue an application for judicial review, but it was acknowledged in the High Court that there was unfortunate significant delay in the review of the council's application for judicial review, and that itself was not determined until the 23rd of February 2024. And thereafter, you're subject to court listing, availability, and also court time, because this was a hearing that was conducted over a number of days. I'm pleased to advise that since my awareness of this litigation and the publication of the report was confirmed in May of this year, that steps have already been taken to address the situation, effectively lessons learned. As you're all aware, Cabinet agreed in April of this year to centralise the customer complaints system. One of the factors which caused an error in this is that Mr. X's initial complaint, which he made to the council in January 2021, was not formally accepted as a complaint in pursuant of the published complaints procedures. It was dealt with as part of correspondence, and the admin and the local government and social care ombudsman found that that was at fault. The understanding at that time is that the complaint from Mr. X did not fall under the category of the council's complaint system because the nursery was a private provider. However, in law, whilst the nursery may be a private provider, it is actually delivering a council service, and the court has now confirmed it is the fact that you're delivering a council service, which means a complaint from, for example, Mr. X, would fall under the council's complaints procedure. Dialogue has also been undertaken with all nursery providers in the area, and Councillor Burton is here this evening, who he can advise that around the DFE updated guidance and the council's approach to the DFE updated guidance, because during the litigation period, the DFE, this was based on 2018 guidance, updated it in 2024. So there has been changes in legislation. I would also like to advise that myself and the Chief Executive had a very constructive meeting with the local government and social care ombudsman yesterday and her assistant. We've advised of the report coming to this meeting. We've also advised that Mr. X will be notified of the outcome of this meeting tomorrow, as soon as possible following the committee's review of this decision. And I understand that Councillor Burton has had contact with Mr. X to reassure him of the position and reassure him that we're not just delaying, but we have been through some statutory hoops in order to get to this meeting, which is included in the report. So, for example, we were required by legislation to publish notice of this report and its existence and notice of this meeting, and give members of the public sufficient time to consider the report and come to this meeting. I did make inquiries as to whether we'd received any communication about following the advertisement of this meeting and the publication of this report, and the council has not received any inquiries whatsoever. The local government and social care ombudsman was heartened by the steps that have been taken, for example, the centralisation of the corporate complaints procedures, so that the children's complaints procedures now sits within a centralised hub. There's consistency of a practice and approach, consistency of learning, and there's also an information programme ongoing with all key senior officers as well, to recognise when is a complaint a formal complaint, when is a request for information a service request. So she was very heartened about the proactivity that we've taken on board. Chair, I'm aware that I've discussed this with you as well. However, I think this is perhaps the committee's first exposure to information from the local government and social care ombudsman. They do issue an annual letter. I can't off the top of my head remember when that is, but also the housing ombudsman also issues an annual letter. Occasionally they arrive within a similar sort of time frame, not often, but occasionally. I do think it would be good practice for this committee to be assured about the council's health in terms of one of our key regulators, which is the local government and social care ombudsman. And perhaps when you consider later in the meeting the forward plan, it may be appropriate to build in once I've ascertained the date of the annual letter and we can expect it, perhaps an update in terms of the findings from the Ombudsman, in terms of the work that the team do and the bedding in of the practices from the centralised complaints system as well, Chair. Chair, I'm happy to take any questions if that helps.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. I found it quite interesting. Firstly, because this situation Mr. X went through, I went through exactly the same thing with my children, although my children are much older. Yeah, exactly the same thing where free places only came with a condition if you paid for extra. So, but that's not the point here. The point here is obviously that, you know, the way we dealt with it as a local authority and our responsibilities, obviously, as you know, as a council to our residents for this. I just really noted the comment you just made, Ms. Berry, about the ombudsman and being aware of them. I wasn't aware of this ombudsman until I saw the report. You mentioned other you know, I know of ombudsman as a thing, but it'd be really quite useful as a, if it's coming to A&G committees, is really just have a list of all the ombudsmen that may impact the works of this council and therefore might come somehow into the purview of this committee. It would inform us, I think, as a scrutiny committee to really you know, be aware of these things, and maybe some training on the role of ombudsman in local government would be quite useful. Thank you.
I very much agree with that. I heard that you mentioned the on this item that there was a meeting with the Ombudsman, and my first thought was that would be great to hear from a representative of the Ombudsman, and so we can hear a little bit about how BCP compares to other councils on this. We wouldn't get a sense of that, would we? So yes, I very much like the idea of when there's a letter from the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman and from the Housing Ombudsman, when there's a letter, if that could come to us with a report setting out a bit of context, and ideally we might even invite a representative of theirs to come. I think that would really help us learn about how BCP compares. And Mr. Farron.
Thank you. Just to expand on that slightly, there's people like the Information Commissioner's Office and things like that. I wonder if we should do a report that just maps out all of those regulatory bodies and how they sort of work across the organisation in that matrix. And from that, you might decide, well, this is the one we want to hear from first, or this one. So I think it might be helpful. We can expand it slightly to include all those regulators or quasi-regulators that we have, and there are a few of them.
Yeah, very much support that. Thank you. Any other questions? I think we can move to voting on that one. I think. Thank you. It's a very thorough report. And
Councillor Burton.
Did Councillor Burton? Did you want to speak in particular, or happy not to? It'd be good to hear your perspective, nevertheless.
Well, I don't really need to, because I think most of what's been covered has been covered there. I mean, my view on this. Of course, there's two strands to this. The first strand was due to the complaints procedure, and that has been cleared up. The second strand was actually learning for us, but also lots of other local authorities, because we're slightly unlucky on this because we were one of the first. But I've just done a bit of research. We're definitely not the only local authority. And the guidance of the government has been changed because it was based on the 2018 guidance, and now there's 2024 guidance. Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead had a similar issue in 23, and earlier this month Bristol also had an issue. I think the Ombudsman at the beginning of this month had 23 occurrences similar to this, not identical but similar. So I think we've learned by one thing, and we've also learned on behalf of other local authorities on something else.
Thank you very much. So we vote on this one. It's quite a long list, but helpfully the monitoring officer has already listed in her opening remarks, so I don't need to read it all out again. Are we happy to vote on it, or agree by consensus?
I'm happy to propose.
Yeah. All right. Moved and seconded and agreed by consensus. Oh, no, a proper vote then.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And against? And abstaining? Thank you very much. So that brings us on to So these next items are the annual reviews and reports. So item 14, 15, 16 lead into 17, and 17 will lead into 19. So Ms. Stannard, these are annual reports and we're all familiar with seeing them now. So if we can keep the comments on them relatively prompt. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So they're, as you say, they're very much building block annual reports for you to aggregate your thinking and assurance, so you're ready to review the AGs at the end of the evening. So this particular report is the annual review of declarations of interests, gifts and hospitality for officers, not members. So the report is broken down into two key parts. The first part is a reminder that this committee reviewed and then approved a new evolved policy back in February to go live at the start of the new financial year. And that's all explained in paragraphs 5 to 10. Just expanding on paragraph 10 a little, bespoke training continues and awareness sessions across the council, and specifically this year they've occurred in seafront services ready for the new season, in investment and development, and in most areas of housing. The council's entire senior leadership network has also had a briefing and awareness session delivered by me at the instigation of the Chief Executive, and that was at the start of the financial year in April 24. The second part of the report summarises the work of internal audit to confirm policy compliance across the council. On a risk basis, this internal audit work concentrates mainly on the tier 4 officers and above, these officers being those making the material operational decisions on a day-to-day basis, and which in theory could be swayed or influenced by interests, gifts or hospitality. Happy to report that 100% of those officers have made the required declaration, and that number is 110. That's 9 less than last year, and that indicates that the senior leadership tranche has reduced by that number. Please note paragraph 12. I did consider not including this matter in the report, but on balance you will see that there's an obvious link to the policy, although polygamous working, not the failure of failing to comply with the policy, was the reason that those members of staff were dismissed or they resigned. My overall opinion is that this policy is fit for purpose and there is a good level of awareness and compliance across the council, with 100% compliance at senior officer level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on this one? With that, I'm happy to seek consensus to note the report. Agreed? Thank you. Item 15, Use of Regulation and Investigatory Powers Act and Investigatory Powers Act Annual Report 2024-2025.
Thank you. I'm going to use the words, the acronyms RIPA and IPA, if I may, as Chair has already read those out. Pardon? RIPA. Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act. So this is a best practice annual report outlining the council's use of RIPA and IPA legislation. Crudely speaking, and this is crude, in the case of RIPA, this is about covert directed surveillance, and in the case of IPA, covert acquisition of communications data, such as emails or telephone calls. It should be noted that for councils, this is the existence of such data, not its content. Both powers should only be used as a last resort, and proportionality is a very determining factor, and it should only be used where the issue being considered is subject to at least a 6-month custodial sentence if proved. The council also needs to obtain a magistrate's approval to use RIPA and IPA. The council policy has a robust approval route, mindful of this legislation and the requirements to submit such a request. In the case of, the council needs to obtain Office for Communications Data Authorization, that's acronym OCDA, approval to obtain communications data, and that's obtained on the council's behalf, and actually all councils, by the National Anti-Fraud Network. The council did not use RIPA or RIPA powers in 24-25, and an annual report to the Investigatory Powers Commissioning Office was sent to that effect for the calendar year 2024. The IPCO have changed their inspection regime slightly, and councils are now required to respond to a detailed questionnaire. We had our questionnaire in the 24-25 year, and I responded to the questionnaire. And you will see the Commissioner, Sir Brian Levison's letter is attached at Appendix A of the report on page 197, where he says he is satisfied that BCP Council has effective arrangements in place and we comply with the RIPA and IPA requirements. Happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. That's very thorough. Do we have any questions on this one? No. Oh, Councillor Tarling.
Just a statement. Who knew? Well, now I know. Every day you knew. That's good to know. Glad you
That's
knew.
reassuring. Thank you very much. With that, report recommendation is Audit and Governance Committee notes that the Council has not made use of powers under the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act or the Investigatory Powers Act during the 2024-25 financial year. Do we have consensus to note that? Thank you very much. Okay, item 16, Annual Breaches of Financial Regulations and Procurement Decision Records Report 2024-2025. Mitchell again.
Thank you, Chair. Before we start, I think it's just useful to confirm some key basics here. So breaches of financial regulations, of course, are bad news and we don't want to see them ideally. They are bad because following financial regulations gives the Council the best chance of achieving efficient, effective procurement at best price or best overall value, and it lessens the chances of complaints or challenges from government, from suppliers who might experience unfair or untransparent, our opportunities might not be open to them for councils' works, goods or services. So PDRs do what they say on the tin, really, procurement decision records. They explain why the commissioning officer has done what they've done in the procurement context. They include why certain allowable flexibilities might have been used where the council has not followed what might be deemed the normal or expected procurement route. This report concentrates on those allowable flexibilities, thus highlighting the exceptions to normal practice. The committee should be assured that this report is full and frank and nothing has been hidden. Turning to breaches and page 201, having said they're bad news and we ideally don't want to see them, we must see them in the context. There's a difficult balance to strike between reluctantly noting a certain small number of breaches and being complacent. The council spends just over £500 million just on revenue, and I would be professionally sceptical and indeed suspicious if we were reporting no breaches across a spend base that large. I would rather suspect our reporting and awareness arrangements were poor or not fit for purpose. So I now want to specifically talk about the very large breach shown at BR1, which is £24 million. The council has a third-party intermediary contract for agency workers via a company called Commensura. The council's financial regs requires that a PDR is required if a corporate contract exists but is not going to be used or cannot be used for some reason. This is where this breach stems from. Commissioning officers have failed to follow this internal financial requirement. To be clear, those commissioning officers have obtained the required quotes, the evidence is good value for money, but missed the requirement for a PDR, which would explain why the corporate contract wasn't used or could not be used. This was most commonly the case where a specialist post was not available or did not exist through the commensurate contract. So good examples are specialist children's social work posts and some engineering posts and indeed some legal posts. Over time, commensurate has gradually moved to include more specialist posts being available. So the instances of having to go off contract and thus the need for a procurement decision record to explain that have got less and less over time. Implementation of the internal audit recommendation also means that policy and procedure documents now make it explicitly clear that a procurement decision record is required. Committee can take assurance that since this matter was identified and rectified, there has only been one further similar breach, and this is shown at BR11, and that was for £22,000. Turning to procurement decision records, Council commissioning officers completed 212 procurement decision records in 24-25, and 28 of those were for some form of exception where the normal or expected procurement process was not followed for some good reason. These are outlined in the table at paragraph 15. Appendix 1 further itemises these instances. If a councillor has any questions about a specific PDR on that appendix, please email me and I can supply those details to the councillor and the rest of the committee outside of the meeting. Happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. To be honest, you've answered a lot of my questions already. That was very thorough. Thank you, Councillor Tally.
Yeah, thank you, Nigel. I was expected to see some of the breaches down to the changes in the Procurement Act and lack of knowledge, but PDRs I think have existed prior to the change in the Procurement Act in 23. With that in mind, are you offering or is the recommendation to produce training on, especially for those officers involved in procurement, on the need to produce PDRs? Because you know it's all good reporting them, but hopefully we've now got training in place for PDRs and the requirement for it.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Tarling. I did allude in the report, so on this specific matter, absolutely. The general requirements for PDRs are broadly known and well known across the council, and that's standard procurement training has taken that into account, and the fact that the number of breaches in across other areas are relatively low is a good indication that that is well known. But I will ask the head of procurement to consider that in any so they can emphasise that in any training planned.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just following on from that, with regards to training, I was just looking at the BR2, and that this particular breach came about after the contract had expired, and I do recall that this being a regular issue, so it's just having me question the training and how that's filtering through. And I think I've seen breaches, I'm pretty sure, actually within this same sort of area of the council as well. So I'm just wondering about why that is.
Yeah, you're right. It is the most common breach across the council of not completing a procurement decision record. But I guess it was my point in my opening gambit around the sheer volume of procurements we do. There probably is always going to be that odd one or two that slip the net, and there's 12 breaches here across a spend base of over 500 million. So yeah, it's one of those where we can always do more on training, but I think there is always that likelihood that one or two will slip the net.
Do you have a follow-up?
I don't know if this is possible. Can we get any of this money back? Is it, that's it, is it gone?
Can I just clarify? My understanding is that this is payments that would have happened anyway. That's my question. My follow-up question was just, can you confirm you're comfortable that none of these breaches, if they had been filled, the PDRs had been filled incorrectly and everything, would have changed the outcome and would have actually changed what was spent?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. This is about an internal process, a required good governance process, because we are meant to transparently record why we've made the procurement decisions we've made, and the procurement decision records don't exist. But unless it's specified in the text in the report, quotes have been obtained. The prerequisite analysis of those quotes and the correct supplier chosen, so that there's no inference here that we've spent money we shouldn't have spent, or we've wasted money, or we've gone to the wrong supplier. We've not followed that bit of internal governance that helps demonstrate all of that to if challenged.
Mr. Richards had something to add to that.
Chair, it might be worth just also highlighting that from an internal governance perspective, during the course of 2024, we put in place a procurement and contract management board to try and ensure a greater level of consistency and adoption of good practice across the authority. That is attended by senior officers, not just within, if you like, the corporate centre, but within operations, children's and adult services, to ensure that we adopt and promote that best practice throughout the organisation.
Thank you. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I wasn't sure whether you'd spotted me or not. I just wanted to follow up on that, because I do think, I mean, I've followed these for many, many years, and Mr. Stannard puts in, and his team, a lot of work into not just this report, but all the data that lies behind it. And so the training issue isn't just about the headline figures or amounts. It's also about the amount of officer time it takes to go through all of this work. And if it was done with greater care or understanding, then obviously there would be far less for internal audit to follow through. So in that perfect world scenario, I do think that there needs to be something from a very senior level to ensure that not only is the training more fit for purpose to make sure that these breaches don't continue to occur at this level, but also that officers understand when making these decisions, it's, if you like, almost on the checklist to do. They don't even have to think about it. And to do that, I think it just requires something from a fairly senior level to ensure that appropriate notice is taken of that shortcoming, and thereby making in the future something whereby the number of breaches can be greatly reduced. Because a lot of people, I suspect, amongst the public, just looking at this, might take the inference that, you know, money is either not being appropriately spent or is being lost or whatever, which in almost every case is not what happens. But we need to make sure that we're transparent enough in terms of our governance to eradicate that concern.
Thank you. It sounds as though there's been quite thorough training and quite extensive training out there, and the message is getting out there. But obviously, it can only continue, and more is always better. But hopefully, that message filters through.
Chair, if I can help, in the sense that with regards to the procurement and contract management board that I just referred to, we review all breaches on every single that have occurred between meetings, you know, with regards to learning that can take place and how we can change our practices, whether that's training required, etc., etc. But what we will do is at the next board, we will reflect on this conversation as well, you know, and just consider whether or not actually there's anything further we can do.
Thank you very much. Oh, Mrs. Stannard.
One thing I didn't mention, which is also relevant, is not everything is resolved by training, or, you know, sometimes there's a stick approach. And as part of the breach process, one of the questions that is asked and is, was the commissioning officer adequately trained, and or did the manager put that person in place and clearly has not given that individual the tools to do the job correctly. So some of this could lead to disciplinary action or management advice. So there is a stick approach as well as a training approach here.
Thank you. Councillor Trent, I think that's.
Yeah, I'm sort of interested in, and BR2 is a good illustration of something, because I know that BCP inherited a contract which came to an end, I think about 3 years ago, and was not renewed. If it seemed to be useful, because it was something, it was a seldom used contract, but its use had a long-standing effect. It was more of a deterrent than something that was regularly being dealt with. If someone within the council wanted to use a previous contractor on a one-off basis, because of the effect of using them and the fact that, you know, one use has a much longer shelf life as far as people are concerned, is there a process to go through? Because it looks to me as if BR2 is maybe something that's similar, that it breached it because it was used after the contract ended. But is there a process that can be gone through to use a former contractor to achieve a result on a one-off basis or a two-off basis or something?
Yes and no. So it's very simple. If a contract has ended, it has ended. There's no such thing as a contract anymore. But what the council can do is use a historic supplier on a one-off or a spot basis, following financial regs and doing appropriate procurement and documenting what that process is through a procurement decision record. It might be, for example, obtaining 3 quotes to demonstrate that that ex-contract holder is still value for money. So we can't just give an ex-contractor work. We would have to demonstrate good value through a normal procurement process, which typically involves quotes.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question on that. Is there a technological solution? Is there a possible future world in which you couldn't digitally move ahead without completing the PDR appropriately? You see what I mean? If there was a system in place such that you couldn't do the final step unless you've checked it, is that something that is on the horizon or not even thought about? Sort
of. It's tricky because without sewing everybody's mouth up, because actually if I pick up the phone and ask for something, that's a contract. You know, you are forming a contract by saying you want something. Yeah, it's a tricky one. The processes at the higher end of procurement, so over 30,000, there is a technological solution there. We've got government systems and supplier in the southwest and pro-contract tools to help us ensure that contracts of that size don't get let without going through the correct process.
and I had one final question. Oh, sorry.
Chair, one thing I'd emphasise is that we do, you know, through that contract board, though I referenced earlier, continue to look and learn with regards to how to improve practices and procedures going forward, and continue to challenge ourselves around whether or not there are technological solutions to improving that efficiency. So that is something that we are cited on.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Tally.
I was going to get very boring about things like measured term contracts and stuff like this, where you have the danger, you have an open-ended contract and you have the ability of invoicing against work done, but it's over a set period of time, and one would assume that this was because it was an ongoing cost. It was a measured term contract that came to an end, but perhaps didn't have a set fee. The way to manage that is to make sure you don't pay somebody past the point of the contract terminating, and so you can't raise purchase orders or approve payments against it. So that, admittedly, if it was a monthly measured term contract, you might be liable for a month's work, but you shouldn't be have 2 months of work. So that cumulative effect, hopefully that was a few months and not years. But it happens, and as I think the point was made before, it doesn't mean that we didn't get the service and we didn't get good value with that service. It's just that it wasn't necessarily competitively retendered when it should have been. And there's sometimes good reasons for extending contracts as well on that basis. But again, it's being transparent about it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't have any more questions. Did anybody else? No. Right. So the Audit and Governance Committee notes the breaches of financial regulations and relevant procurement decision records that occurred during 2024-2025. Do we have consensus to note that? Excellent. Thank you. Item 17, Chief Internal Auditor's Annual Opinion Report 2024-2025. And I note that we already heard that there'll be overlap with the last quarterly update we've helpfully already had from Ms. Hodges. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Public Sector Internal Audit Standards, which has now been replaced by Global Internal Audit Standards from the 1st of April this year, requires me to formally report annually on the adequacy and effectiveness of the Council's internal control environment and offer a formal opinion. That said, this report is actually a consolidation and summary of everything previously reported to this committee throughout the year, mainly in the quarterly reports that Ruth delivered earlier. My core opinion is shown in the executive summary on page 211, and it's replicated in paragraph 4 on Appendix A on page 214. Simplified, it is my opinion that BCP Council has in place an adequate and effective framework of governance, risk management and internal control. Of course, that overall opinion does not mean everything's perfect, and there were areas of governance weakness, control weakness and non-compliance with policies. Internal Audit have made recommendations accordingly to correct and improve these issues. Further, service managers have agreed in 100% of circumstances to implement these recommendations. These have been drawn out in the various Audit and Governance Committee reports through the year. Internal Audit have a rigorous follow-up procedure to confirm the implementation of recommendations, which is also overseen and reported by this committee. Partial audit opinion reports are again highlighted at the table on page 216, as best practice suggests. But to be clear, these have already been reported to this committee in detail. I would just like to take this opportunity in this annual report to formally and in public session thank my colleagues in the internal audit team for their dedication, hard work and professional diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. And we as a committee would like to do the same. There's obviously a huge amount of work goes on and that is really appreciated. Given the discussion we've already had to date on the most recent quarterly update, I didn't have any additional questions on this item. Did any of the other members of the committee? Thank you very much. With that, report recommendation is that the Audit and Governance Committee notes the Chief Internal Auditor's annual report and opinion on the overall adequacy of the internal control environment of BCP Council. Do we have consensus to know? Thank you very much. Thank you. So item 18, Audit and Governance Committee Annual Report 2024-2025. It has been brought to my attention by a few, including some members of the committee, that an annual report to full council can be a positive tool. This is something that other committees are doing increasingly also. Gives an opportunity to let other councillors know the work we've been doing and have a bit more of a dialogue there. So there's a draft here for your comments, for your input. There's a short forward that Councillor Andrews and I have looked at. but by and large, it's factual and just to prompt that update for full council. So did any members have any comments on it? No. Well, are you content if we take a vote on approving the annual report prior to its submission to council on 14th of October 2025? I'll be happy to propose it. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, can I just say I'm sure that you'll do a brilliant job, and well done in your work, Eleanor and Marcus.
That's very kind. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Tarling? So should we have a vote on it? Are you content to approve? Yep.
So could show of hands, please. Many thanks. That's unanimous.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you very much. So item 19, Annual Governance Statement 2024-25 and Annual Review of Local Code of Governance. Ms Hodges is going to speak to this one. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So yes, this report is to ask for Audit and Governance Committee approval on the annual governance statement, which, as you know, will be included or is included as part of the council statement of accounts. There's also a very minor update to the local code of governance as well. A draft version of the annual governance statement has already been published as part of the public inspection of the annual accounts. And the final version will be submitted as part of the accounts to the external auditor and is required to be signed by the Chief Exec and the Leader of the Council ahead of its inclusion in the accounts following approval by the committee. The conclusion of the annual governance statement was that there is effective and fit for purpose governance arrangements in place in line with a governance framework. To determine significant governance issues that for inclusion, a longer list of potential issues goes to CMB to consider, who use the framework, which is on page 10, to help determine whether these are significant and governance issues. In the 24-25 annual governance statement, there are currently 3 significant governance issues identified, all of which also appeared in the annual governance statement last year. These are the dedicated schools grant, the DFE statutory direction for SEND, and mandatory training. And more detail on these can be found on page 263 and 264, which has got more detailed findings and actions against those. 2 issues were removed from last year's annual governance statement, which was the removal of the best value notice and the delay in the completion of the external audits following the backstop arrangements. Audit and Governance Committee should note that the draft version for public inspection included a 4th issue, which was housing delivery budget monitoring. However, this has been removed from the version that's in the annual governance statement following further review of the area, where it was no longer considered as a significant governance issue to include in the accounts. Whilst there was governance issues identified, it did not, for example, result in an overall overspend, and decision records were found to be in place. I'd also draw your attention to the fact that the report notes that there were a range of other issues that were discussed and considered for inclusion, but whilst these may have been risks or governance issues of a more minor concern, CMB didn't include these in as per paragraph 10. Some of these are listed in the report on page 225 in the annual governance statement itself to demonstrate that the council's given full consideration to a whole range of issues. Before I finish, I'll just draw your attention to 2 typos which have been noted. Just in paragraph 14, it should read 3 annual governance issues, not 4. And on page 263, it should read dedicated schools grant, and that will be amended in the final version of the annual governance statement. Okay, so if I can hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That's very thorough. Yeah, I just wanted to mention my support for these. I think that these significant governance issues look right to me. I think it's really positive. The best value notice and the delay in completion of the previous external audit is a really positive move. I feel like the dedicated schools grant and the SEND issue, I feel like those are ongoing and quite challenging and complex issues. I feel like the mandatory training is one that there should be a real push over this year to try to tackle, and I'm really glad we've had that conversation already today about ways to take that to tackle that and make it easier to access the training that's needed. Did any members have any questions? Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at page 264, which is going and giving us a bit more detail about the mandatory training. Obviously, it talks about good improvement for the officer training, but it says, however, completion rates for some elements of councillor mandatory training stands as low as 54%. Now, that's an average over 76 councillors. We actually had some debate and talk about training, was it a couple of days ago, about training, and there are some councillors who've done none at all, 0%. Now, obviously, we read here that emails are being pinged to councillors to get on and do some of this. And yes, there is difficulty for some councillors to complete it, online training, etc., etc. Could I ask, and I'm not suggesting this should be part of the resolution that we're going to pass to note this report, that perhaps at the regular or irregular meetings that the officers, senior officers have with group leaders, that this could be put on the agenda of the next meeting and get the group leaders to go back to their group members to, get them to do it and bring it back at the next meeting to see what success they've had. Because, it's not good. And the training, it helps us probably do our job as councillors. It brings information into our minds as to how to be a councillor, how to be a better councillor.
Thank you. I think monitoring officer wants to come in.
Chair, I'd like to reassure you that those conversations have taken place. And the Standards Committee has been informed of those discussions, and the Standards Committee is very much alive to progressing the training programme for councillors. There was a report presented by the Standards Committee to Council earlier this week, and also it is now a standing item on the work programme to review the progress. And I am pleased to say that on the whole, there has been an improved uptake on member training, as we reported to the Standards Committee on the 8th of July. So we gave updated figures there. But the Standards Committee is very much tasked with improving the accessibility and quality of member training. So it is being dealt with by the Standards Committee. Perhaps at a future meeting, Chair, you may wish to hear from the Chair of Standards Committee, or perhaps extend an invitation to the Chair of the Standards Committee so she can appraise this meeting of the work that she's overseeing.
I would be supportive of that. Thank you. Chief Executive.
Just to add a particular comment about cybersecurity, the greatest weakness in any organisation is the person that hasn't done the training on cybersecurity, and as emails come in, you click on the wrong link. What we have seen in some of those worst examples is a simple click on the wrong link, and updating somebody's password can access cyber criminals to the whole of the council systems. Now, we have loads of cybersecurity in place, but that won't defend us if people make mistakes. So the one that I would really push is cybersecurity training, because we all create a window to all of our systems through our Outlook inbox. And that's the one that I would really emphasise, not just for members, for officers as well. And just to reassure, the work we're doing on officers, I've identified there are some people, for example, who only work for us a couple of days a year, and they also show in the figures. So we're trying to find a way of identifying those for whom mandatory training would not really be relevant, but they're currently included in the statistics. So we are working on that. We believe that the officers' figures will improve, but actually we want to get to 100% on all mandatory training, because as we've all said, the clue's in the name. It's mandatory, and we need to try and get there. But particularly I would just emphasise that the weakness that we all create, even if you've done the cyber training, you may still make a mistake, but your chances of making that mistake are much reduced if you've done the cyber training.
Thank you. I think Councillor Tarling, did you have your hand up first? Go on.
Sorry, I was just about to say, but I realised I might give away my password in saying something, so I decided not to say it. It probably needs changing anyway.
Okay, Councillor Waite.
Graham, so if members are in doubt regarding something that they receive, are we saying that they should immediately forward that on to, I don't know, I don't have the email address to hand, but just to, what should they do in that situation? And are they going to rapidly get a response back to say, yes, it's fine? Because people obviously don't want to be held up with their work because they're kind of impatient, aren't they?
Yeah, I would certainly recommend use the IT team. They are very quick at responding. The IT help desk, they will look at an email, they will check the links, and will generally clear or say no, don't go onto it pretty quickly.
Don't open any attachments.
So yes, and don't open attachments if you're uncertain where it comes from as well. That's the key.
Can I make a suggestion that an email reminder goes out at least to councillors with what to do? I think there is a report phishing automatic one, and I think just reminding councillors of that, and who to contact. Which email address to contact if you're not sure. I think that can do no harm. Thank you, Councillor Phipps.
Can I just give an alternative view on some of this? I understand the cyber stuff fine. Some of the other stuff that comes in is mind-bogglingly dreadful. It's the idiot's guide too.
Yeah.
And you get 45 minutes of it or whatever, and you think, oh God, all right, I'll do that, and you've done it. Then the next day something else turns up, and it's like an ongoing, one after another. But I already did that. I think there was one that I did, and they sent it me again. I mean, really, some of it is just out of control here. We've all got time to sit through all of this, some of it. I understand the cyber stuff, absolutely, that we don't want to put the whole council in jeopardy. But some of the other stuff that comes through, really, I got to give an alternative view. I'm sorry, but that's just my opinion.
I think that's fine, and we are reviewing. So, what is actually mandatory? We've got to make sure we're only asking people to do what they have to do. The content of some of them is not necessarily relevant, but also there is an issue which I've raised about how easy it is to confirm that you've completed a course. Because sometimes you think you've completed the course. If you don't press the final button, it just keeps coming back to you to say, please do it. And actually, it's really difficult to get to the end point. So we will pick up those comments. If members do have anything that comes to them that they think they shouldn't be doing, again, let us know. We'll let the training team know and we can adjust the provision.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Batt.
Yeah, you raised a good point, Graham, because I've done the training and there was the mandatory cyber bit, and then there was another one which didn't say it was mandatory, but I spoke to Richard and he said it is mandatory, but it hasn't actually said it, so he confirmed it was. So I did it all, and it showed I'd done it, on the little boxes, even when I went back in, but it wasn't telling him I'd done it. Yeah. But the first lot had gone through safely, and there's all the things filled in. It was the same for Julie. Because, as you say, the group leaders are trying to, get obviously to encourage people. So that'd be really helpful. And also, I've been around a long time. If I think training's useful to me in other quarters, I'll obviously take it up. But with cyber training, that's mandatory. I'd obviously want to comply. So, yep, thanks. And Madam Chairman, if you excuse me, I'm going to leave. I'm very tired.
Very understandable. Thank you.
I was only saying some of the training actually is quite fun. Some of the video ones are quite good. I mean, the acting is not particularly great, but the storyline's okay.
Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions on this item. Does any other members? Okay, so the report recommendation is the pre-audited annual governance statement 2024-25 is approved, subject to any comments received in connection with the public inspection of accounts. The annual update of local code of governance is approved. Can we have a proposer? And a seconder? Thank you very much. Right, all in favour? Is that agreed unanimously? Excellent, thank you very much. Good night, thank you very much. So I think we've got time for the last item briefly. This is the item 20 forward plan refresh. The only comments we wanted to come back to was the date for a Carter's Key report. Now I am conscious that we want to move promptly on it, but I'm conscious that we have future places coming before us in September. It's currently in October as well.
I've hedged my bets a bit there because in previous discussions we said it could be September, it could be October, so I've merged those two cells, and
I think that September would be too soon after the August session, is my feeling, because if you then want to reflect on comments we've made in that, you'll want a bit of time. That's my view, but other committee members have any views on October for future places? And then Carter's Key, should we say the January meeting? I think it would be useful for the Carter's Key report to be led by Amina, who's done such great work already and is obviously has expertise in regeneration. But I think it should have some support from internal audit in the way we present the investigations and making sure that our questions are being addressed. Does that suit you?
It does suit me. What I would say though is the January meeting is a core meeting, so it's quite stacked already. The February meeting is a non-core meeting. It's not quite as stacked.
Should we? I'm just thinking November won't give you a lot of time after the Future Places meeting, the November meeting, unless we made it bump that back into December. Does anyone have any particular feelings on when they'd like it to arrive in those meetings?
Well, what I would say, normally people have investigations, councils or businesses, after something's been concluded, when you can investigate the outcome. Until we've got an outcome on Carter's Key, I think it's premature. So I would personally push it forward to February, because in my experience, property disputes take months and years, unfortunately. And you know, February, there might be something to consider.
So there is that. There might be more developments on the live situation then, but we want to be more prompt at looking at the look back. And I think given the work Amina's been doing recently already, I'd like her to kind of keep the momentum on building on that rather than pushing it too far. So it's that balance between making sure there's capacity to support the report coming to us, but not too far out. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I'm happy to leave it to your discretion, Chair, with the help of Vice Chair, because as the reports develop and you're obviously in close contact with the officers, you'll have a better view of it. And, you know, I trust yourself, supported by Marcus, to take a view on that as we get closer to the agenda.
Thank you for that support. Councillor Phipps.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, but I do think February is a bit of a long time. I think it's much too long. We're only in July. That's just too far ahead. Sorry, in my view. You know, we're supposed to be doing these things, not just kicking them down the road. No, we'll do it later. Or I understand the capacity, but somewhere in between here, you need to sort this out before February. The other thing I just want to say was on my chart, and you may have just addressed this and I missed it or something. It's got BCP Future Places, and the tick is in between two meetings of September, October. So it's September, isn't it? Well,
he just said that.
Sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, Mr. Sana just said that he's leaving that capacity depending on how the meeting in August goes.
Okay.
Because at the meeting in August we might have extra questions and more
Apologies, I missed that.
arise
I
out
didn't
of
get
that.
that.
So my view is September or October would be acceptable. But we can see, you know, see how the meeting in August goes is my view, if others are happy. So shall we? I'll take that action away to agree a date on the Carter's Key update, and I will do my best to try to make sure that it works before the year end. So as soon as possible, without overlapping with Mr. Sana's work on Future Places. Do we have agreement on that? Thank you.
Perhaps you could just update us by email to the committee when you have more updates on that, please, Chair.
Will do. Thank you. And then one final point was the external auditor. I met with the external auditor as an introductory meeting, and he offered to come and speak to us and do a training on the committees engaging with the external auditor. Is that something that you would agree to have at the? I think we've got that for the next meeting. So it's an introductory discussion with him about how to engage. Does that meet your approval? Good. The next core meeting, so that would be the October meeting. Yeah.
Chair, with your permission, is it acceptable to liaise with you around the inclusion of the ombudsman issues that we discussed earlier? Because I just need to ascertain the dates, the relevant dates. But perhaps with your approval, I can liaise with you outside of the meeting to make sure that that's included in the work programme.
Yes. And then one final one again was we discussed previously that it would be useful to have a presentation on how the annual internal audit plan sits with the corporate risk register and how that plan is developed. I don't think that's particularly urgent, but it would be useful to find a time, perhaps early next year. So we can maybe take that away as an item. Yes.
I've got that down as the 4th of September. So it's the second one down in the last block, internal audit planning process.
Oh yes. Oh, there it is. Okay. No, I mean that's great.
But we're
If you're-
happy to bring something to that.
If you're happy for that, then even better. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, so internal audit governance approves the forward plan for 2025-26 as set out in Appendix A. Can we have a proposer and a seconder and a vote?
And as you've updated it, Chair.
As updated with those comments in the discussion. Thank you. Do we have a vote? Agreed. Thank you very much. So good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.